Mai ki tēnei hui a Strategy and Policy Committee, ko tūwhera I tēnei hui, e tū ki te karakia. Whakataka te hau I te uru, whakataka te hau I te tonga. Kina ki uta, ngā taratara ki tai. E I ake ana te Atakura, he tio, he huka, ti hei mauri ora.
Yes, great. Tea.
Kia ora. Okay, welcome everyone to today's Strategy and Policy Committee meeting. Please note that the committee meeting will be live streamed. Also, just to note that we have TV3 here and also Historic Places Wellington. We have some big agenda items which are generating a bit of interest in the community, which is really exciting. So we welcome everybody here. Please let me or a democracy advisor know if you intend to leave the meeting. So we will break for morning tea at 10:30, and then we will break again for lunch at 12:30. There may be a little bit of wriggle room in there depending on where we are at in the debate. Are there any apologies? I haven't had any, so we'll move through. Are there any conflict of interest declarations? Okay, so you can use your microphone just because we're on the thing.
Gambling venues policy.
Thank you, Mayor Foster. So you won't be here for the gambling venues policy discussion. Confirmation of minutes. I move the motion that Strategy and Policy Committee approve the minutes of the Strategy and Policy Committee meeting held on the 5th of August 2020, having been circulated, and that they be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder? Oh, Councillor Matthews. So now we can vote on that. You got the wrong one. Very honest. It's another way to abstain. Councillor Calvert, have you? It's just the minutes we're voting on. So that's carried unanimously. There are no items not on the agenda, which is good because we've got a very full agenda. And we have quite a bit of public participation. So we will be going till just after 11, about 10 past 11 for public participation. And today, because we've had such high interest, we've got a number of big issues to make sure that we had as many people participating as possible. Everybody gets 5 minutes. So that may mean there's not as much time for questions, but we wanted to make sure that everybody had a chance to come and talk to us. So that's the easiest way to deal with that. We will begin, and I would like to welcome Wade Martellity, who's coming to speak to us about water collection and storage. So no my Wade, it's good to see you here again. So it's great. So you've got 5 minutes, and the timer is just up there if you need a reference for that. But I'll let you know when we're getting close to the end. I'll give you a bit of a wave. Yes, absolutely. You've got it just right. So you can start when you're ready.
Firstly, before I start, I apologise because I've got 5 minutes and I would like to talk for longer, but I realise I can't. And I'm happy to come back some other point if people want to hear what I've got to say. Sorry.
Please turn your phones on silent.
Okay, so 99% of all life on planet Earth is now extinct. That has ever existed, sorry. The planet has been through 5 mass extinctions and many other localised events. Another mass extinction event could happen at any point. For example, a large impact would disrupt the mantle and cause extreme volcanism, impact debris would enter the stratosphere along with volcanic materials, resulting in a decade-long dark winter. Earth is bombarded by many thousands of space rocks per year, every now and then an extinction level event happens. Approximately 13,000 years ago, there was an impact that ended the Younger Dryas period, which broke up over America and Eurasia, melting the vast ice caps that were there, sending meltwater into the oceans, changing the ocean currents and the global weather. Many kingdoms around the coastal world were destroyed, and that's where you get Noah's flood myth. And the age of pyramid builders was over. We live on the Ring of Fire. We have over 60 active or dormant and extinct volcanoes. We've got a super volcano in our backyard, which is Taupo. Wouldn't it be fun if that started to go up? There's also super volcanoes in Antarctica under the ice, so if that heats up, the sea levels are going to go up. I was planning to do this speech before Corona happened, but so we need to plan for global pandemics. Portable military facilities would be ideal. As the ice melts, a lot of viruses get exposed and circulate. All life on Earth needs water. Every house should have emergency water tanks attached to its downpipes. I grew up on tank water, and hey, I'm alright. Well, it's a matter of opinion, but anyway. So not only do we need to store water, but people should be encouraged to be self-sufficient. I realise that not everyone has a green thumb and wants to be outside gardening. They'd rather just work and buy their food. So in conclusion, we should really be building underground cities, which is beyond the scope of my speech here today. We need to focus on research and development and be compassionate to our fellow human beings. So, just an analogy, does everyone here wear their seatbelt? Other than the fact that you get a fine from the police if you get caught. But, there's always that risk. You put your seatbelt on because you don't know what's around the next corner. There could be a danger there. So, we know that massive space rocks can hit our planet. We know that volcanoes can go up. We know that viruses and many natural disasters, the weather can happen. So why wouldn't we prepare for that?
Just about run out of time.
Yeah, sorry.
Wait.
Yeah, we must plan for the future now. Remember, it's not if, but when. The time to act is now. So one example, I know we don't want to keep sending our plastics back to China, which is a big waste of time. So why don't we create a factory here that produces massive water tanks, and then we can give those to our residents and also, other storage.
Thank you, Wade. Thank you, Wade. We will need to stop there, but I think you've certainly laid it out very clearly, and
okay.
There's many challenges. But thank you for coming and speaking to us.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Okay, no problem. If you do want me to elaborate on anything, I'm happy to come back. But I'll leave you to it. And I've got appointments, so I would love to stay around and listen to everybody. But I've just got to go. So
Cool.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Wade. Appreciate that. Kia ora. Kia ora.
Thank you, good stuff.
Well, I'm Paula Snowden from Problem Gambling Foundation. Welcome, Paula. Thank you for coming in. So Paula's speaking to the Gambling Venues paper. And Paula, you've got 5 minutes, so I'll try and give you a bit of an indication. We're getting close to the end.
All right, I shall do my best to help you reclaim the time.
Tēnā te mihi kia koutou katoa, ki te tangata whenua o te whenua nei, tēnā koutou, e ngā rangatira mā, tēnā koutou katoa. You're going to hear a lot about how fabulous community funding is and how much benefit there is from it. You're going to hear a lot about gambling generally. What I'm going to ask you to do is focus solely on Class 4 and pokies, because that's what we're here to talk about. 48.3% of presentations to treatment services is from Class 4 pokie gambling, and when you include casino pokies, it's 60%. So it is a big problem, so I'm going to ask you to think solely, don't be distracted by gambling generally, and think solely about pokies and Class 4. Because we're asking you to protect Wellington, so I'll just start tapping through these slides if I may. Here we go. Every day, $111,500 is lost into the pokie venues in Wellington City. $40.7 million a year. 20 of the 40 venues are in medium to high deprivation. Wellington is unusual because we don't have in Wellington City very, very high deprivation. Pockets in Newtown and Strathmore on the Hill and all of that, but not major. But half the venues are still in the more deprived communities, and that's because those are the communities that spend the money in the pokie machines. The people who lose the pokie money, 30% of gambling losses, and this is Department of Internal Affairs research, and it's a very conservative estimate, 30% of gambling losses are from problem gamblers. You will hear the industry tell you that only a small number of people are problem gamblers. That is very true. You don't start life a problem gambler, you become a problem gambler. The vast majority of people start as mild, medium and moderate, and those are big numbers, and they transition into problem, and we want to stop them getting there. There's 166 venues, 633 machines and 40 venues in the area, and a big number of trusts and organisations that are clearing houses for the gambling losses. They perform a function, they collect the money and they redistribute it on a 60-40 ratio. So of the $40.7 million, I hate bifocals, I can hardly read the slides, I beg your pardon. The $40.7 million lost, 9.4 paid out in grants into Wellington City. Now, the people who are losing the money don't sign up to benefit an air rescue service somewhere else, or a group up the road, or the Auckland Rugby Union, or wherever it goes. And I'm not saying you should make the system of funding more transparent for Wellington. I'm saying, why are we taking money from people who can't afford to lose it to support these good projects anyway? So the numbers don't stack up. It's a very inefficient way and a very regressive redistribution of wealth to support the interests that you and I benefit from, including my grandson, who benefits very nicely from Ori's Rugby Club in Miramar. Some of the challenges about community funding is that the trusts post their returns, the DAA collects it, we gather it all together and try and work out where the money goes and who gets it. So this is just for your record, this is a snapshot, but these numbers fundamentally don't change. Over the year on year of the community funding, basically where it goes doesn't change fundamentally. It's the same groups benefiting, and you'll know from those of you who saw the white paper, there are some organisations across the country who get a vast chunk of this money. We've been asked, sorry, beg your pardon, too far. Harm, let's remember that it's not just someone losing their discretionary income, it's people losing their entire income. And the impact is not just the gambler, it's their family, it's their employer, and we've seen stories every month, you'll see a story about employment fraud, and it's because of gambling addiction, and it's pokies. It impacts by ethnicity, 2.5 times Māori, 2.3 times Pacific and 2 times Asian. And why is that? Because these machines are in the areas where Māori and Pacific live. Upper Hutt loses, by the way, $25,000 a day. If that was spent in the main street. The pokies and hospitality industry, there's a lot of talk about how do we protect the hospitality industry in Wellington. And I love our hospitality industry. Class 4 venues, not only are they not allowed to be used to prop up the business of hospitality by law, and that's clear in the legislation, they suck money out of the spend
We're just coming to the end of your time. I'm sorry, it goes so fast.
I will hurry up, I beg your pardon. We've commissioned NZIR to do some report. If you diverted gambling losses into the economy, where would it go? It will create jobs in Wellington. Now, we've got this paper. It's going to be distributed today. You will have it. It's a very thorough analysis. We're going to say to you, and I'll stop right now, please look at the protective policy. Look at where the money, don't look at where the money goes, look at who's losing it. Remember that 60% of the losses go into the system. Commit to reducing the numbers of machines. Do not permit venue relocations or club mergers. And petition, as a TLA, petition the Department of Internal Affairs to exercise the power under Section 314 to remove pokie machines from high deprived communities. Thank you.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you so much. That was really clear, Paula. Thank you. Really appreciate you taking the time to come and kōrero with us. Right, I'd like to welcome Felicity Wong from Historic Places Wellington. Know my Felicity. Thank you for coming in today. Nice to see you in person. We saw you on Zoom for a few times. So it's nice to see you here. And you've got 5 minutes as well. Apologies, it does go very fast.
Oh, it's not on. Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Historic Places Wellington is a community NGO. We acknowledge the urgency of making homes for people. Realistic housing projects can be started now. We want a compact, resilient city, but not at the expense of heritage and character homes. Foreign cities have their particular character, but when you think of Wellington, you think of wooden houses nestled into the hillside. They are our identity. That identity exists because people have gone before me, expressed our shared community values and ensured the rule of law protects them. The city is beginning the biggest building deregulation in decades. You propose that if neighbours have 1960s windows in the old villa they have, then the whole street can be demolished. You propose to rezone 60% of the existing character areas as high-rise. This foolish draft plan is already out of date. It uses a housing and business land assessment computer model that does not comply with the government's new national policy statement. Your old computer model grossly exaggerates the amount of zoning change required to fit folk into our city. It used Google Street View photos of homes and neighbourhoods. It did not have any data about the housing need of Māori or elderly as is required now by law. We know that New Zealand has a problem acknowledging its history. Only in 2022 will New Zealand history be taught in schools. Allowing demolition of Wellington's pre-1930 character homes will continue a trend of erasure and removal. This is not privileging one strand of history over another. Many people have history in Te Whanganui Atara, new heritage and old. The character areas have brought people from all walks of life. They have housed people from all walks of life and have stories to tell about us all. Thank you, Mayor, for offering to wear your shoes down checking Google Street View. By contrast, officers plan not to take their tiny home consultation stunt to heritage areas or to meet with us. Let's work together to build connected communities that value diverse heritage experiences. You will make a big political decision with your vote today to ask communities what they think of a foolish, flawed, and out-of-date plan. I have no doubt it will excite public passion, and claims that you good folk are merely following government orders will be of doubtful value when the court determines this at the time of the district plan process under the Local Government Act and the RMA next year. Keep Wellington's character. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicity.
Forgive me, I'm going to have to speak quite fast, I think. Hello, everybody. My name is Gregor Thompson. I'm 25 years old. Can you hear me? I've lived in Wellington almost all my life. I'm currently a student living in Newtown. What I'm here to talk about is I think that there's a misapprehension around the young position on this issue. So the narrative the council seems to be, you guys seem to be spreading, is of progress and an inclusive city for future generations, but I think that I would contest that the future generation of the city has not really been consulted. The reason I live in Newtown is because I love it. I think I love the character of the wooden villa I live in. Newtown itself is charming, it's inclusive, it's interesting, and the residents who live there are proud of it. This is not exclusive to Newtown. It can be seen in all of the other communities this council seems intent on demolishing. The immediate peripheral suburbs house a large proportion of our younger and student populations. We may not own the houses, but we definitely do benefit from them enormously. Now, I'm not saying we should close our doors. Accommodating new Wellingtonians is salient, but we shouldn't do it at the expense of what makes people want to come to the city in the first place. Aside from Cuba Street, our inner city suburbs are the last frontier of a unique cultural vibrancy. It honestly seems like we're deliberately sucking the soul out of the city. I think the rhetoric and the framing of the council's intentions as if it is doing young people a service seems disingenuous or at least one-sided. If you look, you'll find the youth view on this is far more complex and nuanced than you give us credit for. I think we need to reconsider who the real beneficiaries of this extensive deregulation are, because I certainly don't think it's me or anybody who has had the privilege of growing up in and among these beautiful homes.
Kia ora. Well done, timing-wise. Kia ora, Felicity and Greg. Thank you for coming in and speaking with us today. I'd like to welcome Eleanor West from Generation Zero. It's not. Aaron, kia ora. Very, very happy to see you here. Welcome. So you know how it works.
Kia ora,
See you again.
Kia ora koutou. I think she's busy doing some other stuff today. For Generation Zero, mainly Te Atakura. Done. Right, here we go. But also making some brief comments on the spatial plan. So firstly, I want to acknowledge Tom Pettit and the other council officers for pulling together a really awesome implementation plan. I know it's really hard to do that during lockdown, and just want to acknowledge them. Broadly, Generation Zero supports the council adopting the plan. I think it's important that council adopt it and direct officers due to the importance of the importance of the plan itself. Last year, council did declare a climate emergency and did make a commitment to reduce emissions to zero by 2050, and we think you need to be very serious about that. I recognise that we are in a COVID environment where we have to be careful with the money we spend, and we totally recognise that, but climate change is going to have far more major impacts than COVID will, so we have to get serious. Wellington's emissions on a global scale are probably nothing, but we have to show leadership in Te Whanganui-Tawa and Atakura. So broadly speaking, we support the plan. We 100% support adopting the sea level rise guidance set out by the Ministry for the Environment. While it is probably an inconvenient thing to accept that sea level is going to rise and will inundate areas of the city. Tough. We're going to have to actually accept that in our future planning, and it will result in hard conversations, but those hard conversations need to be had. Secondly, we think that the targets set in the plan, we don't think they are ambitious enough. However, this is not the forum to revise them, but we do suggest that in the implementation plan there is a commitment to review these targets every 3 years, and that can align with the long-term plan cycles. It's slightly out of kilter with the Climate Changes Commission's reviews every 5 years, so there might have to be a bit of policy work how that gap is closed, but we think, as with everything, revision is really important as you are revising the district plan finally. Secondly, we'd like to see I think in the plan they do outline quite a good reporting framework already, but we'd like to see that be a little bit more independent from the political process and align it slightly with what happens with the Environment Reporting Act. And this will essentially identify what council's committed to, what council's essentially done, any impacts if commitments aren't met, and opportunities to be more ambitious. And we think this can occur on an annual basis. If that can't occur on an annual basis due to cost at least 3 yearly when those targets are being revised. A couple of weeks ago, we were really rapt to find that the Resource Management Act was amended to allow decision makers to consider climate emissions in making district plans and resource consents. That's policy that Council has supported. We would encourage you to enter discussions with the future Minister for Climate Change and the Minister for Environment to see how Wellington City Council and they can work together to develop this national direction. Even if it's not great and it gets taken to court, at least we're starting to test that policy as we go on. And thirdly, we'd also like to see a little bit more thought around how airport emissions can be reduced. It's one of those conversations that will probably have to be had nationally because it's really hard for just Wellington City Council to say no more planes and other actions there. Broadly, in terms of advocacy, we do support what you're doing, but we would ask that you work with Greater Wellington Regional Council to push for greater affordability for public transport as well. Lastly, comments on the spatial plan. I just have to be conscious that these are mainly my thoughts. We haven't come to a consensus yet in Gen Zero. But a young person previously spoke. It's important to know that not young people are not a diverse, homogenous group, and some people prioritise affordable housing and safe housing over heritage. Secondly, when we're talking about heritage within Wellington, we need to question whose heritage are we preserving. I'm sure over 200 to 300 years ago there were a lot of Marae and Māori housing areas in this area, and we're not too worried about bowling over all of those. And so I think, we need to make sure that we have diverse voices in that debate, and then also want to acknowledge the effort of the officers in the spatial plan, and you'll be hearing more from us soon about that. Thank you.
Awesome timing, Aaron. Kia ora. Thank you very much for coming in to kōrero with us. I really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
All right. I think I can see Brad back there, Youth Council. And, sorry, I can't see. Oh, it's Laura. Welcome. You were here yesterday. Wow, you're having a busy week. Thank you so much both for coming in. Yeah. Great to have you here. So you know how it works. We've got 5 minutes this time, so yeah, you have to talk fast. Thank you. Kia ora.
I'll just briefly speak about the spatial plan, and then Brad's going to cover off some other information. As far as the spatial plan goes, we're really excited to see some new and interesting means of consultation come through. We know that young people don't traditionally engage well in the stock standard means of consultation as far as standard public meetings and fill out this long, confusing form online goes. So we're really interested in seeing how ideas such as the tiny house and other creative means of consultation are going to be used in the spatial plan consultation process. In saying that, we as Youth Council are excited to be able to have a meeting in a few weeks' time with the other advisory groups, and it's going to be very interesting to see how Council's plan is portrayed and how that's understood by us. But we're very interested as far as spatial planning goes in looking how we can help young people get into housing, whether that does mean that some other sacrifices are made. Any means that we can take to be able to make housing more accessible to young people is generally supported by Youth Council.
Yeah, I think just to note, look, this is one of the most important, if not the most important issue for Wellington alongside transport. So there are some big decisions to be made, and so there is a need to be bold. But as Laura outlined, a need to actually consult with people. Council heard quite clearly in the pre-consultation on this topic around our city tomorrow that people do want change, and so it's useful, I guess, to have that as context. Now the question is, how do we do that? Already we've heard different views from young people, and I certainly agree that there's not a homogenous group, but at the same time we don't want Wellington to turn into a museum of yesteryear when people are locked out. And I do want to make that quite clear. That's a personal view. Young people are very engaged in this topic. It is the most often talked about area of discussion, and so we're very keen to see how that engagement can go much further than normal, and Youth Council is already engaging with council staff to understand how that can come through. I guess noting as well that when we look at the community, we do need to make sure that we get a good view. Community public participation here is those who have an interest and know how council processes work, and so I think without making too many broad observations, it is important that we do have a good cross-section. We have had that through other consultations, so Youth Council is very excited to hear what council's plans are for the consultation and eventually discussing what comes next.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, both of you. Councillors, are there any questions? Good time. Councillor Pennant.
Thanks very much for coming in. I presume you've got some feel that people go through life stages. So most of us wouldn't have owned a house at 21. Good on you if you did. But, as you get older, maybe you find a partner and then you've got a bit more money. So is that kind of recognised that people do go through life stages, and that you might not be able to do something at one stage, but ideally, obviously, there's some work to do, but that you might be able to do something at the next stage of your life? Rather than just saying we can't buy a house. That's
definitely recognised, but I think that also goes hand in hand with why Youth Council is generally supportive of a higher density, more intensification in the central city, because regardless of being able to buy a house or not, there's just simply not enough accommodation regardless of purchasing. That does get felt the hardest by students. We're hearing of more and more students having to leave the city after first year because they can't find a flat of any form. So I think that's kind of the direction that it's heading, that regardless of being able to purchase, simply just finding accommodation is a big issue.
And just to reiterate as well, Wellington City in the last year had both the highest percentage increase in rents and the highest level increase in rents of all parts of the country. And we have heard quite a few references, including from the university, that a third of students who don't come back to university in Wellington is directly because of their housing. So we recognise that not everyone's going to buy a house the minute they leave their parents' door, but at the same time, the entire housing continuum is out of reach for young people at the moment and continues to rise that way.
Well said. Councillor O'Neill. Oh, awesome. Councillor Rush.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much, guys. So I'm just interested in the students' angle here. Should we be looking to build some high-density purpose-built student accommodation, in places like Karori, for example, and free up some of those family homes in Kelburn, for example, which might then add a bit of capacity to the housing market?
I think it goes both ways, because whilst there is the appeal of having more housing available anywhere in the city, also the actual accessibility of that housing is an issue, because we know that, yes, central city housing is currently very, very expensive, but it doesn't get much cheaper as you go further out. So even if you are offering more accommodation further out, students are then going to have additional costs in terms of transport just trying to get into the city. Most of us don't own cars. I don't know any person at university who does have one, so it means that you're having to rely on other means of transport. So even if you're saving on your rent, that cost is then being put into a different expense at the moment.
Yeah. Just to highlight as well, let's ask those students themselves perhaps, and the Karori and Kelburn communities. Equally, I think that's a separate conversation. I don't think the spatial plan lays out council's investment in housing. That's probably a separate issue. At the first point, let's make sure that the market, if it's able to build those and if students want to go there, that there is the option, because at the moment that is more limited than it possibly should be.
Kia ora kōrua. Thank you for sharing a very unique and important perspective with us. Appreciate you taking the time to do that. And I'm just proving that I'm human because I skipped down the list. So apologies, Mount Victoria Historical Society, you were meant to be there, but welcome Phil and Joe. Thank you for coming in to talk to us today.
Morena, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you before the draft plan goes out for consultation. We have serious concerns about the impact on Wellington City's heritage of the spatial plan, but we also have more fundamental concerns about the spatial plan. The historic housing of Mount Victoria is really essential to the identity of Wellington. The potential to have 6-storey plus buildings throughout the suburb really risks destroying that. The unique character of that area comes from the form and scale of the whole suburb, not individual historic houses. But we also question the assumptions underlying the spatial plan. And that's what we're going to talk about this morning. Essentially, you do not need to destroy Wellington's heritage to build an additional 155 dwellings a year. And I'm going to let Phil now take you through some of the key figures but we do have a paper with a little bit more detail surrounding it, which we're going to distribute, and that'll be available for reference. Phil.
Right. Good morning. Our submission is simply the case has not been established that would justify any planning changes to increase housing capacity in Wellington, let alone removing the pre-1930s demolition rule. If I can refer you to the table in front of you. All figures are from the Housing and Business Development Capacity Assessment, Forecast ID or Stats New Zealand. We didn't make them up. They're your figures. Okay, at the top, we've got the medium and the growth. The council has decided to use two scenarios, a medium and the high growth. That's the approximately 46,000 and the 74,000. The primary reason stated for using high growth is that parts of Wellington region have been growing at faster rates than expected over recent years. We conclude that using the higher growth projection is not valid. I can't go into detail around this because I haven't got the time. And all the evidence will be in your handouts. But the essential reason is the difference between the medium growth and the high growth is natural increase and decrease. The difference between the medium growth and high growth, and so that the natural increase is steady, and to project a the high growth, the level of migration for the last 30 years is simply not credible. So the difference is that you're projecting a high level of migration, and that is very unlikely to happen over the next 30 years. And a stats expert has advised us the recent higher period of growth is a temporary phenomenon related to high levels of migration into the country. So if we just concentrate on the medium growth forecast and working through those numbers, you'll see in line 3 housing demand. So the new build demand is 24,000, and you've got the existing capacity. So that's the capacity in the system already is 20-odd thousand. You take the 24 and you minus the 20 and you get 4,635. That's the shortfall. And that equates to 155 dwellings per year that you have to build in addition to the existing capacity. So what gets reported is the population of Wellington is increasing by up to 80,000. But what people don't realise, it is a very unlikely scenario, as I mentioned before, that relies on high migration. It's more likely to be 50,000 at the maximum, and when you take into account the existing capacity, based on the existing planning rules, you only need 155 more dwellings. Now, the planner's riposte to that may be that the mix actually is different, that there may be requirements for more apartments, terraced housing, but when you look at the breakdown in how that mix is, then by far the greatest increase in population from natural increase, not from migration. So those people aren't looking for apartments or terraced houses. They're looking for single dwellings.
Just coming close to the end of your time.
So in conclusion, we argue that the Wellington City Council has not shown there's a material shortfall in housing capacity over the next 30 years under current rules sufficient to justify removing the pre-1930s non-demolition rule to provide for intensive development. And we call on the Council to engage an independent expert to review the key assumptions and rationale used. Consultation with key stakeholders should form part of a robust review.
Oh, kia ora, Phil and Joe. Thank you very much for coming in to kōrero with us. We appreciate you taking the time. All right, nau mai Bernard O'Shaughnessy. Nau mai anō. It's good to see you here today. Thank you for coming in. You know how it works. We've got 5 minutes. It does seem to be going faster today.
Good morning, Councillor. I acknowledge the Mayor. Definitely seeing you again. I can't recall if it's a dream or a nightmare, but now I'm here to talk about the policy document that's before you in regards pokies, and I'm most concerned about it. I reject the consultation document as I think it's biased between the council and readers then having to take a no position in regards to caps of pokies, whereas I think there should be a very strong cap and a reducing one. The consultation document also, I think, downplays the issues of problem gambling in Wellington City and in some of our suburbs. It downplays it and minimises it, and I'm really disappointed to see that document written like that. And at the same time, on the one hand, the council document downplays the problems. It highlights the supposed benefits in terms of revenue going to sports and clubs. I'd like to think that where are the options that the reader can consider? You've just not we've got out presently a consultation document about the CBD library, which is wonderful to see that going to be fulfilled. But in there's an example of that document clearly portrays good information and then options that a reader can decide on. And I don't see that actually occurring in this consultation document prepared about pokies, and I think that's really disappointing. I want to look at that one of the things in the consultation document and the information that you have with you is that it's outrageous that a lot of the focus by the council officers report on the effects of gambling, the benefits across the whole region, and they're giving you figures appropriately to look at that. Your responsibility is, of course, from famous Tawa to Island Bay and Seaturn, plus the CBD thingy in the middle. So to have a concept of putting benefits gained by pokies over the whole region is really disingenuous, and I'm quite concerned about that. One of the things I want to look at is that in the Gambling Act 2003, the purpose of the Act is to minimise the harm caused from gambling, and I think that hasn't come through strong enough in what the consultation document it is. Listen to this. It says, purpose of the 2003 Gambling Act, purpose 3.B, prevent and minimise harm from gambling, including problem gambling. And then you have a system in the Problem Gambling Act that we have as a society that just goes back and just doesn't do anything about that harm minimisation. It's really significant, councillors, that you've got the opportunity that this is about setting your policy and your philosophy for pokies, and I think it should be really addressed. You may not know that communities don't necessarily have any opportunity to object to pokies being put into their local area other than through the opposition to filing a renewal or opposition to a liquor licence. And some of you will know that I have some great experience in that. I've done 20 under the 2012 Act, and doing all those cases, when with quite a lot of success, invariably the issues of pokies in the pubs comes up, and what the revenue from those pokies then filters through. Now, so the only way a member of the public, you don't have any rights of objection to a pokie machine going into any community under the Gambling Act. The public are locked out of that act. And so it's really important that you get your policy and you address your policy that sets a cap, and I'm urging you to set a cap and set it really low, so that then, and to have a greater explanation given to members of the public so they can see and understand what's going on. Presently, I find the consultation document that's been prepared is one of the most appalling ones I've seen, put out by council officers over a whole range of things for some years, and I suggest and I urge councillors to vote against it and send it back to the draft. People have a greater input from people who have supposed interests in this situation. Like I see there's a lack of involvement from Sally Armies, some of the churches, and I think that's quite appalling. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Bernard. We've run out of time for questions, but thank you for coming in today to kōrero with us. So now I'd like to welcome Jared True from the Gaming Machine Association of New Zealand.
Yes, thank you. I'm Jared True. I represent the Gaming Machine Association. Apologies from our acting chair, Mike Now, who'd like to be here today. In contrast to the last speaker, I thought the policy document was excellent. I thought it was extremely reasonable and extremely objective, and it just quoted all the facts. The association, we're supporting the retention of caps as opposed to a sinking lid policy, also supporting a tweak to the relocation policy. So problem gambling is extremely low, 0.1% of the adult population, and that's all forms of gambling, not simply gaming machine gambling. There's no link between gaming machine numbers and harm. Over the last 10 years, we've lost a quarter of our machines nationally, and the problem gambling rate has stayed exactly the same. The concern with a very restrictive cap or a sinking lid is it may accelerate the migration of the gambling spend online. Gambling spend online is real. 59% of the TAB's turnover is now done on tablets and phones. It's already here. It's massive. All that online gambling is done currently offshore. No taxes, no local employment, no money going back in community grants, all done on credit cards. Since 2004, we've had a massive reduction in venues here in Wellington. We've gone from 75 venues down to 40. There's no need for a further reduction. The funding that comes from these machines is extremely valuable. The Wellington region receives $61 million every year in funding. Importantly, in relation to the relocation provision in your policy, we ask that you expand the consultation document to consider a tweak to the relocation policy. So currently you're allowed to relocate a venue from outside the central business district inside the central business district, but you're not allowed to relocate a venue that's already in the central business district across the road to remain within that central business district. So what we have situations where venues may be earthquake prone and they're located in the CBD and they can't move. We have a venue that may be in an old tired building, wants to revitalise and move to a modern sports bar type environment. They can't move across the road, spend $3 million on a fit out and provide a new attractive offering. What your current policy does is it entrenches these venues in unsafe venues. We would like to see them move to newer, modern, stronger venues. The current policy is also disadvantaging the existing CBD venues in that the landlord knows they can't move. So then we see above market rents and unreasonable terms. If there was a flexibility for existing venues to move, the landlord wouldn't have so much control. Adjusting the relocation policy wouldn't see any new venues or any additional venues. We would still have the caps. It would just give it a greater flexibility to enable the existing CBD venues to move to new, modern, stronger premises. Relocation's common. Currently we have about 50 councils that have relocation policies in place, and the vast majorities of those policies allow relocations within CBDs. Welcome any questions you may have.
Kia ora, we have a question from Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what your message is to the families who have suffered such terrible harm from problem gambling and from pokie machines, because we've had stories shared with us of suicide, people ending up in prison, families being torn apart, and it seems to me there's not that much social good that happens within those pokie venues. So can you just expand on what your message to them is?
Absolutely, it's a balance. There's always been gambling, whether it's with 2 coins and 2 up. Our form of gambling is highly regulated. I could spend half an hour talking to you about all the various measures in place. We have facial recognition in our venues that detects people that are excluded from gambling, sends an alert to the bar and tells those persons to be removed. Every gaming machine has a clock. Every venue has trained staff. Everything that can be possibly done to make those machines safer is done. The maximum you can bet on our machines is a mere $2.50. The maximum you can win is only $1,000. What we're better off doing is having, people are going to gamble, let's have it in a safe, controlled environment as opposed to an unregulated online market, which Parliament at the moment's looking at having online gambling regulated. We've got to a stage where the genie's out of the bottle. It's happening, and the government's looking at regulating it rather than trying to stop it.
Kia ora, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. You talked about governments looking at the regulation. Is it? I mean, we're looking at our own locality at the moment. From across the country, do you see a inconsistency across the country in how? And would we be better waiting for government to come out with their next iteration of the regulations?
No, I don't see any inconsistency. You have a cap. You don't have you have a fairly balanced, reasonable policy. You have a reasonable relocation policy that allows most venues to move if there's an earthquake or a fire or public works acquisition. What I would encourage you to do is probably look at mirroring what other councils do, which is they allow those venues to move if there's a fire, earthquake or a flood that are also within the CBD. And to encourage venues to go from sort of larger old school tavern or club type environments to new modern smaller premises which attract a more affluent clientele which may be less subject to problem gambling.
Thank you.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you very much, Gerard, for coming in today to talk to us. Appreciate you taking the time. Now I'd like to welcome, I understand we have someone here from the Onslow Residents Community Association. Oh, kia ora, welcome. Lawrence, I understand. Hi, kia ora.
Koutou, good morning. Welcome, everybody. I'm Lawrence Collingbourne. I'm the president of the Onslow Residents Community Association. I've come to speak to the agenda item on the spatial planning about engagement, because you're not planning to engage with our community, which comprises Kaifora, Kandala, Broadmeadows, and speaking with next door, also Nio and Crofton Downs. Now, the character of our area, the desire to engage with you as a council on planning issues is well established. I know that Mayor Andy and Councillor Simon will well remember the medium density housing meetings that we held in Kandala Town Hall, which is very analogous to what you're now raising with high density 6-storey buildings down the railway line between Johnsonville and the city centre, which run right through this area. We have strong record of engaging on transport issues around the buses, and the regional now ex-regional councillors will well remember that kind of engagement as well, eh? Right. So, but I want to draw your attention to the District Licensing Committee consideration of a bottle-o store in Kandala. The residents produced more submissions for that bottle store than any other in New Zealand. So I'm confident I'm representing my community when I say to you, you need to engage with us, please. And what I'm inviting is a proper planned engagement with officials, with a dialogue and information around why the plan is being proposed the way it is, so that you get proper informed feedback from our community. We are most capable of giving you that feedback. Now, I don't particularly want to speak about the plan itself, but I do need to make a couple of points that through the District Licensing Committee and through independent expert evidence, the unique amenity and character of our area was established and accepted. We are not a metropolitan area. You must consult with an area like ours to get a real feedback on your plan. And the other thing I would like to point out is that the old-fashioned railway line between Johnsonville and the city centre is not a mass transport system, right? The trains run once every half hour, except for in peak they run only every 15 minutes. That's just an ordinary bus route. Okay, it's not like the number 1 bus from Johnsonville that runs every 10 minutes and takes 15 minutes to get there. It takes 23 minutes on the railway. This is not a mass transport facility. It does not justify the inclusion of 6-storey apartments around every railway station, which are about every 500 metres, it seems to me. There are certainly 3 in Kandala alone, and then right down through Nio, Crofton Downs, and in the Broadmeadows, we've got a lot of places you could open up 5-minute or a 10-minute walk. You might as well build high-rise apartments across the whole village, a centre, an area, and that's the kind of reaction you're about to get. So why not preempt it by coming and explaining things properly? Thank you for the opportunity. That's to come and talk to you this morning.
Kia ora, we do have a question for you from Councillor Calvert and Councillor Pennant if we have time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence, for coming in. There's been some suggestion that just councillors could come out and staff could come and take notes and share the draft spatial plan with you. You did comment that you thought officials should be there or should be leading the sessions. I mean, if we couldn't get these sessions in this area like we've got in other outer suburb areas, how would you feel if it was led by councillors?
Well, it's going to degrade into a bun fight because there's no proper information transfer. There's no opportunity to have an intelligent dialogue under us. It's not because you guys aren't intelligent. That's the wrong thing. But it's because we want to get into the detail. We want to understand the real reasons, okay? Yeah. And I think you've got the officials there to support you to do this, have you not? Isn't that what they're for?
Yeah, I don't believe any of us have got urban planning qualifications.
No, exactly.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Pennant.
Thanks for coming in, and look, I agree with your points. Can I just clarify whether you think other communities should be consulted as well? Because there's, there's other communities which aren't having meetings as well.
Well, I'd leave that up to those other communities to make their request, but I'm pointing out that our community has some unique characteristics which you won't find in the bigger metropolitan centres like Karori, where I believe you're going to have 2 engagements, and maybe I've got that wrong, but that's what I was told. But or Johnsonville itself, or Kilburn, or whatever. These are completely different character places. So I'm making the case very strongly from a community that is willing to engage with you to come and engage with us, please.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for coming in, Lawrence, and talking to us today. Now I'd like to welcome Vicky Hirini from Salvation Army. Nau mai e hoa. Good to have you here this morning. Kia ora.
I te anō.
Ka kite. Oh, bula. Kia ora. So we've got 5 minutes, and it does seem to go very fast today. So.
Tēnā tātou katoa. I thought I was in the wrong meeting for a minute there. We're here to champion, hopefully, the cause of a sinking lid for the gambling policy review. Our Salvation Army is very proactive for sinking lids because we feel that it is, across the board, the only way that you have of reducing some of the harm being done to our communities. There are a number of issues. I've brought with me somebody who you may like to talk to. Joe Serevi is our outreach worker from the Community Ministries in Newtown. I'm sure a few of you know him, and he has some reasons for why we want to curb the spread of pokey venues. Now, we know that a lot of people see these as just a business, and that's fine. Like people see hotels where they sell alcohol as just hotels where they sell alcohol, and we accept that some people do not have issues. But we know with pokies, all you have to do to develop a problem with pokies is to go there and play. And you do that often enough, Mother Teresa could develop a problem. So we want you to take a responsible stand. We believe that the sinking lid is the best option overall, over the long term. It doesn't have an immediate effect, unfortunately. It'd be nice to wave a wand and say, they're all gone, that harm is going to stop now, but we know that prohibition hasn't worked in the past, so we believe that a sinking lid is the best way to deal with that. So I might just leave it up to Joe for the rest.
Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to share a little bit about gambling is something that we have to look at the bigger picture of how we're going to help our community. Because in the deeper of it, some of the people are struggling. Some of them are going to gamble because they need more money. It's not all about money. It's about how we're making a difference within the community that we live in it. Because there's so many people within the community, within the family. Gambling is stresses them out, because when they go to do the gambling, I tell you a story. A family goes to gambling because one of the parents is gambling. And when he goes gamble, all the money goes to the gambling. So when they come back home, if they don't get any money, what happens? The children suffer. And they don't have food, and they can't go to school. They can't buy anything for them. So it's a both side that we need to look at. And look at how we can make a difference with these people who have the addict of being gambling. And that's including that it will be top up with the alcohol, with the, you get the money, you get the alcohol, and you get everything on it. And then what happened? The whole family struggle and stress out. And what happened? Then there was no money. And today, COVID-19, there are people struggling because they want to go gambling, and we say we want to, we encourage them to go to gambling. I'm sorry. I need to let you know I'm in the ground. And these family, I go to their family, are very bad situation. And has to go in somewhere that is going to benefit our community, in any community. And I just want to let you know, councillors, we've got to look at both sides, not just one side. Because have to come together and say, what are we doing with our people here in our city? That's all I want to say, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Kia ora, we do have one question. Did you?
I see that I've got a couple of minutes, half a minute. So I'd just like to reinforce, I'm sure PGF has stressed, that there is no proof that online gambling went up over COVID, and that online gambling has a number of drawbacks that the pokey venues don't have. So that's why people prefer to go there. So any questions?
Kia ora. Actually, I have a question. What are the drawbacks with the online, just out of interest? Is it that...
So they don't actually, you might win, but they don't give you actual money. They give you free spins, and often it's very hard to get the money back, and it's not instant. So gambling to become a problem, it needs an instant feedback. You win, you get something straight away, it's tangible, and if you don't get that, it's not as strong a
psychological impact. Yeah.
It's not matching, sorry.
Yeah, it's not a psychological impact of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Psychologically is not matching. And that's all we're trying to say here.
And also, it gives an appearance of being a social activity. If you're lonely and alone and you don't have whānau and you've just moved to a country or a city and you don't get on with people because you might have a mental health issue, then you can go there, you can be around other people, but you don't have to actually interact with them because you're interacting with a machine, and the machine doesn't want you to talk to them.
I would like to talk to the mayor face to face, not on the machine.
That's good to hear. Well, kia ora korua. Kia ora korua and Bula.
Okay, thanks.
Bula Joe, thank you for sharing your experience in our community, and thanks for the work that you do in Newtown. We appreciate your on-the-ground connections. And thank you, Vicky, for coming in to kōrero with us. Thank you very much. So we're going to break now for morning tea. We're going to only have 10 minutes. We are actually going to unfortunately keep it to 10 minutes so that we keep on time for our submitters. So that means we're back at 1:45. So 10 minutes, eat fast, drink Away again, I'd like to welcome Roland Sapsford, who's coming to talk to us about planning for growth. Know my Roland, good to see you again. Thank you for coming in. Oh, you're very organised. So you can get underway when you're ready.
All right, well, tēnā koutou e ngā rangatira. Some 30 years ago, faced with urban sprawl and an exploding volume of traffic, parents who were too scared to let their children walk or cycle, and the lack of quality housing, people around the globe asked if a different future was possible for cities. From this came new urbanism, the idea we could learn something from the walkable, medium-density neighbourhoods of the past, the ones with strong local hearts and a sense of community. Human relationships are stronger when people have a connection to the landscape and its stories as they walk through it. People deserve a sense of community, they deserve a home, and they need to feel some agency over what happens in their community. Density done well is desirable. It's a key learning from new urbanism. Another lesson from new urbanism is that density alone isn't enough. And density done badly erodes cities and breeds inequality every bit as much as sprawl does. Someone said to me the other day, people who oppose planning for growth changes are just old rich white people protecting their wealth. Middle class capture is a slogan from the 80s and 90s. People talked about how deregulation would stop the greedy middle classes hoarding privilege and create opportunities for those on low incomes. How did that go? The idea that our heritage and character areas are hotbeds of privilege does not stand scrutiny. Our city's character areas are not the wealthiest, the people who live there don't have the highest incomes, and anyone who thinks Newtown is dominated by old rich white people lives in a parallel universe. Planning for growth removes character protection from 7 times as much land as even your planners think is necessary because they think uptake will be patchy. The idea that developers will cherry-pick sites for profits is hardwired, baked into the proposals. What will happen? Well, building apartments in inner Wellington initially drove out people on low incomes rather than housing them. In the 90s, it was the poor who were forced out of Te Aro. The first 8-storey apartment in Newtown will be luxury dwellings shading much poorer people in rental properties directly to the south. These are the authentic evidence-based truths behind the slogans and soundbites. Housing is a human right. If we really care about housing people, we need a focused and genuine attempt to build homes for people in ways that support communities. To do that, we need to create new homes rather than demolish existing ones. Focus on vacant houses in commercial buildings, then vacant parking-only land, then poor quality low-rise commercial buildings, rather than character areas. There's more detail attached. But you may be surprised to know that in all the work that's been done leading up to today, there's no inventory of any of those categories. How would you do this? Use targeted incentives. Maintain the existing heritage and character protections. Use the next 5 years to work with communities to identify how they might grow. Recognise people's experience matters and work with them. Engage with mana whenua and ensure their stories and interests are given voice and daylight. Aro Valley, for example, had a predominantly Māori population for much of the 20th century. Talk about climate change and water. Build up an idea of how to house more people well in a way that strengthens community. This is the hard work of genuine democracy. At the moment, we have more community input into the design of Aro Valley and Newtown community centres than Planning for Growth offers these communities about their future. Character and heritage are not luxuries. They are dry labels for people's sense of connection to community and landscape and the ability to read stories in our surroundings. They are part of the foundations of a resilient and just Wellington in a changing climate, not a barrier to creating one. You're the decision makers. Before you are proposals for the most drastic changes to our lived environment in 100 years. The Copenhagens, Amsterdams and other cities lauded by Planning for Growth have very strong planning controls, heavy protection of heritage and character and large public housing programs. In many ways they point in the opposite direction to Planning for Growth. I hope you might pause and ask a broader range of people, is there another way? What about planning for people? At least, I hope, you might give the citizens of Wellington more time, better information and real tools to start pointing to a better way. Ngā mihi katoa.
Kia ora, Roland. Thank you very much for coming into kōrero with us today. We really appreciate you taking the time.
Kia ora and best wishes in your mai.
Kia ora. Nau mai Tim Jones from Connect Wellington, who's coming to speak to us about Te Atakura. So thank you, Tim. You'll have 5 minutes.
Kia ora koutou, and thanks for the opportunity to submit. So first of all, it's great to see the Te Atakura First to Zero implementation plan released, and I'd particularly like to acknowledge the leadership of Councillor Paul in putting this together. The key figures in this report are 43%, that's the target emission reductions by 2030, 24% is the identified emissions reduction potential, 19% is the gap. Connect Wellington's central message is the 43% emissions reduction target is a minimum given the climate and ecological emergency we face. Don't reduce the target because of that 19% gap. Instead, work with the community to lock in the 24% of identified emissions and find how we can meet the 19% gap. Now, one striking omission in this plan is the lack of identified emissions reduction in aviation, despite aviation emissions having risen 45% since 2001. Let's just think about that for a minute. Aviation emissions have been the big mover, a sharp rise upwards, yet this report does not identify any actions to reduce them. And airport growth has driven a lot of Wellington's transport planning. So, identifying those emissions reductions is urgent, and Connect Wellington is keen to work with the Council and other community groups to identify those. Land transport, and specifically moves towards low carbon, people focused land transport, is Connect Wellington's main area of work. And this report correctly identifies land transport as a major area where emissions reductions can be made. But as that 19% gap shows, we are going to need to be a lot more ambitious than current plans. That means we need bigger mode shift away from private car use and a commitment to use renewable energy for those parts of the light and heavy vehicle fleets that we will need in Wellington. And I see this mention there of Auckland having a target of parts of the CBD being fossil free by 2030. Let's be more ambitious. Sorry, I should have said Auckland having that target. Let's be more ambitious than Auckland. Let's go for a target of a fossil free CBD by 2030 in Wellington. Now, achieving the necessary transport emission reductions is going to need Wellington City Council to work closely with its partners. I was encouraged yesterday to hear the new Chief Executive of Waka Kotahi, Nicole Rosie, acknowledge the importance of decarbonising transport. And Greater Wellington is moving in that area too. The Regional Transport Committee has also adopted transport emission reduction goals, which Wellington City has a key role in meeting. So another key point we want to make is that achieving the necessary emission reductions is going to mean working in partnership. It's going to mean working in partnership with the government. It's going to mean working in partnership with the regional council, and crucially, it's going to mean working in partnership with the community. Now, on the steering group, there's a mix of representation. There's some community representation. There's also quite a lot of representation from current big emitters. And I think it will be really important to ensure that the current big emitters do not capture that process. Now, a key early test of Wellington City Council's commitment to this plan is coming. You're one of Let's Get Wellington Moving's partners. In November, Let's Get Wellington Moving is due to release its State Highway 1 and Mass Rapid Transit plans. Are these going to show a commitment to urgent transport emissions reductions and major mode shift, or are they going to lock in yet more emissions? As one of those partners, you face a clear choice. Choose mass transit and mode shift, not more road capacity, more fossil fuel vehicles, which are what the fleet consists of now, and more emissions. Thank you.
Oh, kia ora, Tim. You did a good job fitting it all in there in 5 minutes. Thank you for coming and kōrero with us about such a big kaupapa.
Thank you.
Awesome. So from Sport New Zealand and Sport Wellington, I'd like to invite Dave Adams, Colin Stone and Phil Gibbons to come forward. You might be missing someone, eh?
Ko Dave Adams, Taka Wingawa. I am the Head of Government Relations at Sport New Zealand. I am joined by the Chief Executive of Sport Wellington, Phil Gibbons. Sport New Zealand is a government agency mandated to increase physical activity through the domains of play, active recreation and sport. And this role really recognises the importance of physical activity to the well-being of all New Zealanders through physical health benefits, mental health benefits, social cohesion and personal, community and national identity. Play, active recreation and sport in this country is significantly funded through the proceeds of gambling, and Class 4 is the biggest contributor, $170 million per annum to community sport and recreation initiatives. Community clubs and organisations have become reliant on this funding. I mean, it's been part of the funding landscape for 25 years. Any reduction of funds will have a real impact on the quality and access to play, active recreation and sport in Wellington, along with the rest of the country. The question for you, I guess, if not funding from Class 4, from where? You've heard already this morning, gambling is an emotive topic. While the vast majority of New Zealanders gamble without harm, there is harm. As such, regulating gambling through reputable providers and ensuring that there is a return to community good is fundamental. That's what the Gambling Act actually provides. A reduction in Class 4 gambling will not necessarily lead to a reduction in gambling. In fact, the worrying trend is that increasing numbers of New Zealanders are gambling online with offshore entities. That means unregulated, no harm minimisation initiatives and no proceeds to community good. The government is sufficiently worried about this that actually there is a significant review underway. Sport New Zealand's role is to work with gambling providers to maximise community good. While not perfect, the Class 4 funding model is a good one, returning dollars quickly and efficiently to communities to meet demand. Sport New Zealand therefore supports the discussion document. I think it is a very well balanced document, and we stand ready to assist you as you work through the process of reviewing your gambling policy. I hand now to Phil.
Tēnā koutou kataka, tēnei te mihi kia koutou. From a community sport and recreation perspective, our key message is about ensuring the need for balance. Balance in managing the social costs versus the social value. And we've heard here this morning an awful lot of information around the social costs and the impact that gambling has across our communities and our region. I'd like to talk very briefly around the social value. We know that the majority of sport and recreation related funding for Class 4 gambling does go to local clubs and regional organisations. This funding supports the activities of these clubs as they provide participation and development opportunities predominantly for young people and families. In the long term, this contributes to the improved health, well-being of individuals, positive social behaviour, greater community connectedness, and also makes an economic contribution to the communities through the events and the value of voluntary time. We also know that the demand for gaming funding from community sport and recreation organisations is unlikely to change, especially given the dearth of viable alternative funding options. This has been clearly further exacerbated as a consequence of the COVID situation, and the effects of this will have a long-term impact for our sport and recreation community. Most of the organisations, not just those in the sport and recreation sector, operate in an increasingly competitive funding environment because of the funding options are not increasing and the amount of resource available is either static or shrinking. That is impacting already the social benefit and social value of this funding to sport and recreation in your communities. Ngā mihi.
Kia ora. We've got one time for one question from Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I'm just I'm aware that a lot of people don't feel great about taking pokie money for sports and other groups. Can you tell us what work you've got underway to investigate alternative funding mechanisms or making sure that there's less reliance on pokie funding for sport and what the options are there?
I don't think there is a lot of work underway. I mean, the government has made a call that gambling occurs in this country. You can't really regulate it away. It has occurred for over 150 years. They have decided that actually it's really important that there are there's community good from gambling, so that money is available. There is government money, but that is limited. We are a relatively small country with relatively few funding options, and gambling, the proceeds from, is one of those legitimate options.
And locally, if I can just add, there are initiatives underway. Some of those are one-on-one initiatives where we're working with sport and recreation organisations to look at what their revenue is, where they're generating it from, and where there might be other opportunities. And the second part of that is there's a project being undertaken at the moment around bringing the sport and recreation sector in this region together under a shared services model. So not only looking for income opportunities, but looking for opportunities to reduce expense.
Well, that's encouraging to hear. Thank you. Thank you both, David and Phil, for coming in this morning to kōrero with us. I'd like to welcome from Johnsonville Community Association, Tony Randall and Darren Botton. Thank you both for coming in. Tēnā kōrua. And Tony and Darren are talking to us about planning for growth. So you've got 5 minutes, which seems to be going incredibly fast. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Johnsonville Community Association wanted to talk to you straight from the very beginning, because we're obviously the most heavily impacted by these new rule changes. To be perfectly honest, the area which you want to cover is simply huge. We really, first of all, wanted to try and get something straight. For example, how was the walking range actually determined?
Yeah, I did walk the walk and walked from the KFC, the very boundary of the basin of Johnsonville, and tried my darndest to get to the 10-minute limit of the area. I didn't succeed. 15 minutes to the very top, and it was not a pretty sight when I got there. And that was on a reasonably clear day without any baggage, nothing carrying anything. There were parts where I took 15 minutes to go down the hill from that were meant to be inside the range, and that was to the nearest countdown. Imagine trying to get back up again with your shopping.
Yes, so you know, we're not sure, there's no criteria, but it seems that the people who did this either used Google Maps or a compass, didn't actually visit the space. We are particularly concerned because it seems that there's already evidence that the officers have that the area to the east of the motorway and to the north of the roundabout is not walkable. This is because that was in the original proposed area of change, or MDRA, and the Environment Court found, based on evidence presented by the JCA, that that area is not walking accessible. So it's not like the officers, why the officers added that in, and it is really beyond the JCA, because you literally had a ruling against you from the Environment Court that these areas are not walking accessible. This is the walking access to a very large element of down here, all this area down here, that's the walking access. And if the city had, in intervening years, done something to improve walking access, then maybe there was some justification. But the city's literally done nothing to improve the walking access from under the motorway, and it's not done anything to improve access from the north either, which is a very, very busy road, especially at peak hour, with no pedestrian crossings, literally no pedestrian crossings. So how people are supposed to live in 6-storey buildings with no car parks and still access facilities when they don't have a pedestrian crossing to cross is beyond me, let alone the fact that this obviously fails in all the disability access rules. Absolutely. There's no access for disabled people down that path. And that's what the Environment Court has already found. So why officers have ignored that is beyond us, and we'd ask that that area be removed and brought in if there's evidence that it's actually walking accessible. We'd also like to have a couple of other concerns. The rules around sightlines, very, very unclear. And because Johnsonville is a hilly terrain, of course, the issue of a 6-storey building going up is not necessarily 6 stories from a neighbouring property's perspective. It could be 8 stories from the neighbouring property's perspective, because that could be built on top of a part of a hill that's higher up. Lastly, there's a real concern around green space. I mean, you're going to put, I estimate, up to 10,000 more people into this space, because the area is so large. Up to 20% of all of the outer suburbs will go into Johnsonville. And yet, where is the plan? You did an assessment of library services and found that Johnsonville had long had a library 1/3 the size as required. And I would put it to you that the green space access is an equally difficult issue, and equally there's no plans to sort that. Thanks.
Kia ora, we have a pātai. Oh, do you want to speak, Darren? We do have a pātai from Councillor Calvert.
It seems that we've had sort of more extreme suggestions in this draft due to the national policy statement issued from the government a couple of weeks ago. Have you seen that document, and have you got any views on that? Because one of the things is also there's no parking for cars, and as another, we had somebody else before saying, whilst Johnsonville does have a train line, it is still only a commuter route going in and out, so it's not actually accessible going north or west or east.
Yeah, those are concerns, as are concerns that our public transport's actually very poor. It's actually faster to go by bus from Karori, certainly a lot faster from Newtown, and even faster than Kilburnie to come in from Johnsonville. And so why we have such an enormous area, it's faster to come in from Tawa. It's faster to come in from Waterloo. So why the area, that main centre that's furthest in public transport terms from the CBD was picked for the biggest is really something that needs to be, we want to raise and be questioned, because we can't see the rationale for such a big area and for such a bit intensive development.
Kia ora, tēnā korua. Thank you both for coming in to talk to us today. Appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
All right, our last submitter, lucky last, Nomai Martin Chair from Pub Charity Limited. So you've got 5 minutes, and Martin's going to talk to us about gambling venues, obviously.
Kia ora tātou. Morning, Madam Chair, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I will read my presentation, otherwise I will take 5 minutes just introducing myself. Pub Charity is the oldest licensed gaming operator in New Zealand, has been operating gaming machines in the Wellington city continuously since 1987. In the limited time available, I wanted to make 3 points on your proposed policy. The first being that the setting for this policy discussion is 2020, not 1987 when gaming machines were introduced, or 2004 when the current legislation was drafted. Every day, the idea that local government can control community access to gambling opportunities becomes less and less relevant. What this policy has done and can do, however, is erode community fundraising opportunities, business vitality and employment opportunities. Gambling opportunities will be undertaken in controlled and supervised spaces or in uncontrolled and unsupervised spaces, but it will occur. The lawmakers drafting the Gambling Act back in 2001 could not have imagined the disruption that the launch of the iPhone 4 years later and the impact that smartphone technology and high-speed internet generally was going to have on asymmetrical information formats like gambling. The state is no longer the only entity that is wealthy enough to host the complex technology required to undertake large-scale gambling opportunities. It now sits in the palm of your hand or pocket, and the majority of the population has one. Unlike Class 4 gambling, online gambling does not limit the size of bets and prizes, requires credit rather than cash to play, and the proceeds do not go back to the community but go offshore. The danger of sound bites over empirical evidence. The draft proposal contains a number of errors. In particular, it appears to simultaneously support the idea that caps on machine numbers will produce better health outcomes while acknowledging that there is no evidence to support that claim. Council liquor and gambling policies, not a lack of demand, have resulted in the removal of over 1/3 of all Class 4 gaming machines in New Zealand since 2004. As a result, along with population growth, the per capita exposure rate to gaming machines in New Zealand has reduced from 1 machine per 164 head of population in 2004 to 1 machine per 325 head of population. Class 4 spending per capita in inflation-adjusted terms, and I emphasise that, and per capita, has also halved over the same period. Despite these reductions, the Ministry of Health reports that over the same period, the problem gambling prevalence rate in New Zealand remains unchanged. Clearly, there's empirical evidence that the reduction of machines from the community has no direct impact on problem gambling prevalence. In summary, the Council proposal contains a number of errors and contradicts itself on the link between machine numbers and harm, but eventually reaches broadly the right conclusion. While Pub Charity questions the reasoning behind the need to reduce any of the current policy settings and the lack of an option to relocate machines within the CBD, we broadly support the 2020 Class 4 gambling policy as proposed. I'm happy to take any questions.
Kia ora, are there any questions, councillors? No, seems you've been very clear. Oh, tentative questions. Councillor Rush.
Thanks very much for coming. I'm just interested, is there a different approach that a regulatory authority can take to problem issues in society other than banning or regulating?
Well, I think that's the options on the table in 2020. You have licensed and controlled premises where staff are required to be trained and required to intervene on behalf of the person. The person must be under observation. Their access to cash is limited, and credit is banned. The equipment itself is licensed to a national standard and limits the amount of money that can be spent in any particular spin, and the maximum prizes. In an online format, none of those controls exist. And not only that, when the players' losses are shipped offshore and generate profits for offshore shareholders.
Councillor Fitzsimons.
Councillor.
I've spent a bit of time in places that have pokie machines, including playing them, and I just kind of want, my impression is that they're not great places. They're not places I'd want my kids to be hanging out when they're older. Not a lot of good comes from those places. That's why I'm kind of looking at a sinking lid. What would be your response to that? They're not great places in our community, are they?
Well, it depends on the venue. I think, our venue 1841 in Johnsonville, I see some councillors from that area, is a fine example. It's the place I would take my family for a meal. The machines are in an isolated area in the room, and access is controlled. Even the visual aspect of the machines is limited. Are there venues that I find personally embarrassing? Yes, there are. And to some degree, if you have problems, then we need to look to the regulator. Self-discipline. I can assure you that any venue in the type of condition you're talking about, we probably wouldn't want to be involved with it. And certainly, if we were, we'd be moving that venue towards a far more sustainable presentation. Because I think that we do have a segment of the industry that can and should be dealt with far more rigorously than the Department of Internal Affairs has done.
Kia ora. Thank you, Martin, for coming in today.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Appreciate that. We have one more submitter, Michael Scott. Michael, are you here? Kia ora. Welcome, Michael. Thank you for coming to take the time to talk to us today. So you've got 5 minutes.
Right.
And I think, Michael, you're talking to us about both Te Atakura and planning for growth, is that right? Well, you can choose. You've got 5 minutes.
Yeah. Can you hear me? All good.
Yeah.
Planning for growth is actually a step backwards. It's and the act of parliament that it's being carried out. The central government have told you to do this, so you have to do it. But I think it's a step backwards towards open slather. It's a nod in the direction of special housing areas like the Shelley Bay and part of Newtown, the Mary Potter Hospice development. Now, I'll just talk about the Mary Potter, which I know more about because I live locally. It's left a lot of people, their neighbours, it's left their neighbours unhappy because they've lost the sun from their backyards. Nobody, I don't think anyone objected to it because nobody wanted to obstruct such a good socially conscious enterprise as Mary Potter Hospice. Everybody loves the hospice because they do such good work and they needed the money. But to find the money through this housing development it's actually not good for the neighbourhood, not good for the neighbours. It needed to be found through other means. Now, what we need, in my view, and I'm speaking to the wrong people, I should be speaking down the road at Bowen Street, but we need planning and we need regulation and we need a larger state. We need government departments to carry out the function that the Ministry of Works used to carry out. The Department of Scientific Industrial Research. All that knowledge which was concentrated in one place and able to be focused on particular projects has been scattered to the four winds. A lot of them work at Victoria University now. There are some world-famous scientists there. I can't think of his name right now, but the climate scientist. Pardon? James Renwick. Thank you, Professor James Renwick. Yes, and there are many other of his colleagues who could help in this area. What we need for Wellington and every other city really, we need a template for growth, which puts climate change at the head of the queue, if you like, at the top of the heap, and work backwards from that. What's the use of renewing our pipes and turning our streets into tree-lined avenues when the sea level rises above the level of the streets? We are in a crisis, but it's an ongoing crisis. It's not something that you can put a beginning to or an end to. It's going to be ongoing. But if we don't fix these problems, so many problems to do with climate change in the next 10 years, we will be at 1.5% increase of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and the uncontrolled climate change will kick in then. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for coming in to talk to us this morning. All right, councillors, we're going to move on to... I'm so busy working my way ahead and making sure that we meet all the needs that we need to do today, but I'd like to thank the submitters for coming in today and other members of the public who have come in to listen as well. We appreciate you taking the time to come and kōrero with us. So I need to start by just reordering the agenda. So in accordance with Standing Order 19.1, I'm going to reorder it to be item 2.3, which is gambling venues policy first, then item 2.1, which is the draft spatial plan, 2.2, which is Te Atakura, and then 3.1, which is our public excluded item. So I need a seconder for that? No, so that's done. All right, so now I'm going to move on to gambling venues. Are they being passed out now? Amendments are going to be handed around. We've had them printed out because there's been a bit of work going on in the background. We might have to have the odd pause just to keep up because there has been a lot, as I've said before, these are some really big items on our agenda, so we want to make sure that we do a good job and make sure that everybody keeps up with where we're at. So we'll begin now with item 2.3, and I invite Councillor Poole to introduce the report on gambling venues policy.
Ko wau kia ora tātou tuatahi amihinui kia ki ngā kai kōrero I tēnei ata, ngā mihi. Kia ora everyone. So just wanted to quickly thank everybody from the community who came in and spoke to us about this particular issue this morning. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you to officers for preparing this paper, and a big thanks to Councillor Fitzsimons as well for all of her work on the matter and always prioritising a harm reduction approach to our most vulnerable communities. So I'm putting forward this policy for us to go out and consult on our gambling venues policy, and I'm also moving a few amendments pro forma, which really just ask us to incorporate a sinking lid policy into that consultation. I think after listening to the feedback this morning, it would be really irresponsible for us to not give them that option to be able to have their say on something that is clearly a really important issue to our community. So I'll keep it brief. We are just going out for consultation, and obviously there'll be more time to debate the more material parts of this issue, but I just really wanted to thank the Problem Gambling Foundation for their advocacy on this issue as well. Also thank you to DCM, Salvation Army, all of the organisations who have brought their feedback forward and have also been dealing with the, I guess, real life implications of problem gambling in our communities for a long time now. And I also just wanted to thank all the individuals who have reached out since these papers went live and actually talked about their real life experience and the real life damage that is caused through problem gambling. I'm also moving that the sinking lid policy is our preferred option as a council. We do this sometimes when we go out to consultation just to indicate what our preferred option is, obviously. I think it aligns with our values. And it doesn't make sense at all to me that we take away from poor communities to fund people's pastimes. I think that's a conversation that we need to have at a wider scale about how we fund those activities. And I think we have a role to play in advocating to central government to look at alternative sources of funding as well. I guess that's really it. I mean, over the last few days and actually over many years, I've heard stories about people gambling away their mortgages, their life savings, taxi drivers who don't even live here, who on their breaks will have some money and go to those venues and gamble everything away. DCM sent us all an email that said that even just the presence of these machines in our communities is a real risk for them and for their taumai, which are their people that they look after there. So I think the most important part here is that the community deserve to have a say on whether they want a sinking lid policy or not. Most of the other major cities have a sinking lid policy. Our neighbours in Porirua have recently adopted one, and I think it's time that we take a look into that as well. So that's all, and thanks to Councillor Fitzsimons for seconding, and looking forward to hearing all of your whakaaro.
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to start by commending Councillor Paul for her leadership in this area, and also join with her in acknowledging the work of the Problem Gambling Foundation. The work you do is so important in our communities, and you will never know the full extent of its reach and its impact on very vulnerable people and their families. And I just want to really acknowledge that and thank you for that work, because it is necessary, but it shouldn't be. And I think that's kind of what I want to talk about, is that really our role as a council is to use our regulatory power sensibly and in the best interests of Wellingtonians. I wish we could do more here. By adopting a sinking lid as a preferred option, we would be doing, I think, everything that we can do under the current legal framework to address problem gambling. And look, I've played the pokies a lot. My parents, when I was a kid, used to take me to the club they drinked at just about every week, and they'd give us kids money to go away and play on the pokies. And I enjoyed it. It was fun as a child, but there was women who would be there every single week in the club, and they would be on the machines every single week. And I remember one in particular who went to school with my mother, and I can tell you that nothing good came of it for her or her family. And also, I didn't develop a problem, but I was lucky. Some of the other kids who my parents, whose parents would drink with my parents, did develop very, very significant problems, and I still know they're still back in Hastings, and I still keep in touch with them. For example, one of them stole money from his first employer to fund his pokey habit. His life was then set on a terrible course and in a terrible direction that he's still recovering from. And I know, as Councillor Paul has said, that we've all in the last few days had people contact us in the community and raise serious and deeply personal concerns about gambling. We've heard people talk about family suicides, people who have gone into prison because they've been stealing to fund this addiction. There's very little good that comes from those gambling dens around Wellington, and I've been into some of them. They are dark, dingy, depressing places. The sinking lid policy is the least that we can do to try and regulate gambling and gambling harm in Wellington. And I also just want to comment on the very earnest and fair criticisms from our sporting organisations about the impact on sport. And I guess the thing I would say is the sinking lid is going to have an impact, but only over time. And that gives those sporting organisations the chance to change their funding model and to change their approach to sport. Because I've played in a netball team that's had funding from pokey machines. We all got hoodies and tracksuits, and it was great. But actually, did we really need them? Was it worth it for the misery that was created for where the money came from? I don't think so. And I think that sport can do better. I know that a lot of people don't feel great about taking gambling money. They know that it's money that is causing misery in the community. And I think we can do so much better for our sport. And we can feel really good about how we fund sport. And we can really achieve the aim of sporting organisations to improve their participation in sport and recreation without doing it on the back of such misery that's caused from gambling in the community. And finally, I just wanted to comment on an issue that people raised about whether we should reduce the caps or introduce a sinking lid. And my understanding of how it works is that we do need to introduce a sinking lid in order to reduce those caps over time. So it's not an either or. This does achieve the same policy aim. So yeah, I really ask you, in the interests of people whose lives have been destroyed by problem gambling, to support the sinking lid approach. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora koutou. I'd first of all like to acknowledge Councillor Paul for her work on this, and also Councillor Fitzsimons. I'd also like to thank officers. They've been a bit slammed for the paper, and so I just want to do a bit of a shout out and say thank you for all your work on this policy. I also support a sinking lid as our preferred option and to go out to the public. To be honest, I don't find the arguments about online gambling to be very persuasive to me, because we don't have any ability to regulate online gambling, but we do have the ability to regulate venues. So, I'm all about using the power that we do have to reduce harm in the community. And I think it's very clear that there's a difference between buying a lotto ticket, once a week, or, putting your fascinator on and going to the races, and the sort of behaviours that we are, seeing around pokie machines. And it is very different. And I guess I had an example to share of something that was really stuck with me. It was a few years ago and it was in Auckland, but a friend of mine was doing research into the gambling industry, and he told me that they, regularly had to change the chairs because people sitting on a pokie machine and not wanting to lose their place would urinate on themselves rather than give up their spot. So, this is the kind of desperation that we're talking about, and it affects real people and real lives. There's no doubt that there's preying on vulnerable communities, hence the lack of these facilities in my own ward. So it is very obvious that it is a transferal from poor people to better off people, and I know there are problems that that we have to address about redirecting funds, but these are not the people who should be funding sports and arts activities in our community. They are not in this way. And I just want to lastly say thank you again to the organisations who presented today, particularly the Problem Gambling Foundation, the Salvation Army. Your organisations do so much to fix the harm, and we want to do what we can to try and make your job a little bit easier. And I really encourage you colleagues to support the sinking lid as our preferred option, as well as putting it out to the public.
Kia ora, Councillor Foon.
Kia ora tātou, and yes, thank you to our team for doing the work on reviewing the policy. Thank you for the kōrero from Councillors Paul, Fitzsimons and Matthews, and thank you to all of those people that have come in to present to us this morning. It really helps. I too am in favour of the sinking lid policy. I'm from Southern Ward, Paikawakawa, and I know that my community is deeply affected by the availability of the gambling machines in our community. I'd like to bring up the story that came through from David Cross about by email about one of our members of our community that actually banned herself from the venues so that she couldn't actually access them. And I don't know about you, but for me, when I'm trying to practice change, I take the wine out of the house. I don't put the sweet treats anywhere near me in the cupboard. It's not hard if you put these things in front of you, there is no way, it is much harder to resist the temptation. So I believe that this is the right thing for us to go out to consultation with at this time. I recognise that there are communities coming through the community funds, but like Councillor Paul, I don't know that there is like Councillor Fitzsimons said, I haven't really seen where those funds are really critical to that community. I accept there will be changes, there will be exceptions, but there are other ways that we can bring money into the community, and I believe we've had some good suggestions on how to do that, especially through the Salvation Army white paper. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Look, I have a lot of sympathy and completely understand the feedback from our public participants. I think one of the elephants in the room is, what do we do about the funding? Because we've heard about that. We know the funding from this supports a lot of charitable organisations, a lot of sporting organisations, and in fact supports what this very council does in terms of developing its sporting facilities. It supports the work of our council-controlled organisations. So I think we need to understand the broader the ecosystem around all of this better. In terms of the amendments, and Councillor Paul, I wonder whether you would consider your 6th amendment, rather than incorporating a sinking lid policy, that you actually word that as incorporate an option of a sinking lid policy. It's a small point, but I think important. And in terms of number 8, just being clear that it is about minor edits. That's the sort of standard terminology we normally use about if it's coming back, that councillors then don't start rewriting it completely, but it is about minor edits. So I just wanted to ask if you could just address those in your right of reply. Yes, so I'm not quite sure how I'm going to vote on all of this but at the stage, but I'm still listening to the debate. Thank you.
Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similar to Councillor Calvert, not sure how I'm going to vote on this. Very much an open mind. Someone who has benefited from pub charity. The Old Bailey used to fund the old J Foreskins, as we called ourselves at the university, and that was a set of rugby jerseys. Probably didn't need that, do we? Withdrawn.
Yeah, can you withdraw that, please?
But I am of an age also to go back to the days when we didn't have this funding. It was a surprise when the government allowed it in. I don't know which colour it was. But we would otherwise fund with working bees and galas and auctions and meat raffles and all that sort of thing. I guess on the other hand, one of the problems I see with government responses, and speaking as an ex-criminal lawyer who's seen a lot of social hardship and problems in a number of areas, and that would be alcohol, drugs, domestic violence, and they all seem to be treated and discharged in terms of an obligation by the state by regulation, and not actually treating the causes of these issues. So it's all well and good. My expectation is that those who've got problem gambling have got wider problems, and actually being able to put them in a regulated environment might actually enable us to identify those areas where the families do need support. So I'm inclined at this stage to support 6 and 8, but not so much number 7 at this point.
Kia ora, Councillor Conde.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Councillor Paul, for your work on this. And I guess I just tautoko the comment that you made, which was that I think it would be irresponsible for us to go out with a consultation document that didn't include a sinking lid policy, given the considerable demand for it in the community. That said, I am going to be asking for 7 to be taken separately. I'll be supporting 6 and 8, but I won't be supporting 7 simply because I haven't actually had officer advice yet about the implications of a sinking lid policy. So I think it should be an option for the consultation document. It should be included, but I won't be supporting it as the preferred option by Council.
Kia ora, Councillor Wolf.
Okay, this is a very emotive paper. However, it's about the wider issues. I believe the officer recommendations are very balanced and pragmatic. There's a great deal of analysis in there. I won't be supporting 7 at all. I think that there's more advantages than disadvantages in regards to Class 4 gambling funding. It's ironic that today the Wellington City Council has an application before the Community Trust of $250,000. That is for replacement lighting in the ASB Stadium. Where do we get that money from if it's not from Class 4 gambling? I've been all over the DIA site in the last 2 days, and the regulatory framework and the protections that are there from central government are there. I don't diminish the fact that there is a lot of harm from gambling and gambling in general, but I've also enjoyed gambling, and moderation is the key. And I think that when we're thinking about how we're going to vote with this, we've got to take an absolutely balanced view. I took my oath as a councillor for Wellington City, and it was for Wellington City, the wider Wellington City. I've read the stats, and I really have great sympathy for those that are harmed by problem gambling, and I have a great deal of admiration for those people who are trying to get those unfortunate people out of the situation, and who have spoken to us today as well. I think they're absolute heroes. But I look down the list of the approved organisations or the approved amounts, and I see Tiamonga Hospice, I see Mary Potter Hospice, I see right at the top the Young Enterprise Trust that gained $400,000 from from Class 4 gaming. There's many others, Autism New Zealand, and I'll get into my realm of sports. The Maori Basketball Incorporated, they received $48,000. I think it's a fact of life that gambling is there. It's been, I think someone referred to 1 Up or 2 Up or something like that going way back. And I think that what the government's done in the past has also been very fair and reasonable. Now, if we start getting ourselves involved in this, I'll just give you a little example. I'm a life member of Diabetes New Zealand. Sugar and sweets are complete one of the biggest problems in New Zealand. I didn't complain yesterday when the licorice went round the table because I could see that people use that in moderation. I did not, and I take sweets on board myself. I take them to each wedding that I go to because, in some ways, they can help a situation. And this is another example of where we've got to balance things out, and also we have an issue post-COVID. A lot of the money that we're seeing here now on this list, it won't be there in the next list. So I think if we employ, even for consultation, a sinking lid situation, I think that we're going to have a great deal of difficulty moving forward. We're going to shake some trees by doing it. We're going to get our offices inundated with people coming in, presenting submissions, and I want to commend Jim down the back there. You've done an absolutely great job with this, and you have been slammed a bit. And I hope you understand that there's a lot of care amongst my colleagues both ways. So you have done a great job. I disagree totally with one of the public submitters who said that you hadn't. It just isn't right. I know that you're very capable and very diligent.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So across the range, these grants support sports, communities, arts, cultures, hospitals, the whole lock, stock and barrel. I just want to point out something about our local pub, One Fat Bird. I didn't even realise that there was gaming machines. But I also know that the signage there and the regulatory framework there, it's a cool pub to go to because they look after people, and it's a family pub. I also thought, just harking to a different sort of situation, that this is very much down a central government line, not a local government to a degree. And we go back and forth with local government, central government, what's our areas of responsibility, what's not, and we blame each other. This is one where I believe that central government should be leading. And I do agree with there were some other speakers that said we should be getting into central government space to actually lobby for better measures if we feel that they're necessary. Actually, at the moment, I think we're doing pretty well. I think that the safe, controlled environments are the way to go, and a managed lid, not a sinking lid policy, is also the way to go. There is a dearth of viable funding alternatives, and before we start shaking trees too heavily and upsetting people in this post-COVID environment,
I think that we should look really closely about what funds there would be in the future to be able to replace the funds from the gaming machines. I could read you paragraphs from the Department of Internal Affairs. It was one of their site, and ensuring that gambling is safe, fair, well regulated, and that the proceeds go to the community. But I think we see that anyhow, and I think that the balance between the harm and the good is something that we have to take on board and weigh it up really carefully. Plus the weight that is on the shoulders of our officers currently and the workload that they have to undertake right across the board. We have to be sensible and pragmatic in that respect also. We have a duty of care to our officers. So I'll just leave you with that, but sausage sizzles and bingo nights, it just doesn't cut it.
Cool. I'm going to quickly speak now. I am going to vote in favour of the sinking lid, and I'd like to thank Councillor Paul for bringing that forward for us and for all other councillors that have been working in the background trying to understand whether we just lower the caps or do the sinking lid. And I think we've come out to a good option here. My basic message is I'm not willing to wait for the government to make a change. If there's something we can do to send a clear message, clearly other councils are seeing the need for it. And obviously the community I live in is right on the boundary of another council that has just recently done it. And I can confirm for you that many of the people that come to one of our local venues are not coming from Wellington City. So actually we are by default allowing harm for people that live in another city. The money that comes from them into our community does not go back to them. And so I see it firsthand that the logic isn't working because people travel, as Councillor Paul said, people may be driving Ubers in Wellington, but they don't actually live in Wellington, but they're spending their pokey money in Wellington. Councillor Wolf, you spoke about one fat bird and that you wouldn't even know that venue's in there. That's the same in our ward. And, we had the comment about 1841. Lovely place, our whānau go there. My kids would have no idea that there's a pokey venue in there. But when you actually go and have a look at them, they are really awful little spots. And and why would people want to go in there? Clearly the psychology behind it is so deep and complex that people are willing to go and sit in a room that doesn't have any windows. There's no fresh air in it, and they're willing to go and sit in there for hours on end. And I think that speaks volumes to the fact that there's some really complex issues in there. I have sat on boards and organisations that have many meetings where we've discussed not accepting pokey money when we're applying for grants, and we've been very selective, and the conversation that happens around that table is the same conversation that's happening around here, and I feel that we have to keep having that conversation and actually challenging people to find other solutions. And I thank Councillor Fitzsimons for the questions that she asked today, because I think it is we have to keep challenging and saying how are you looking for other options, because just keeping on with this chicken or egg or who's going to move first, we actually have to get to a point of discomfort to find the solutions, because otherwise we're just going to keep allowing people to fund our activities through huge misfortune and just sadness. So and I think Councillor Matthews, your comment about having to change the seats because people are willing to wet themselves to play pokies is just the absolute fundamental. People are willing to give up a right which nobody would want to give up to be able to keep their spot, and it shows how deep the challenges are. And to me, pragmatism doesn't come into that. We've got to be bold, and we've got to make sure that we are helping people. So next person on the list is Councillor Free.
Thank you, and I was there, as were a few of us, when this was last reviewed in 2015, and it's not something we choose to do actually, Councillor Wolf. The government does require us to review this quite frequently, more frequently than many of our other policies, because it is such a thing that affects our communities, and we have to get it right. I did have an amendment about the resetting the caps, which I'm actually going to withdraw, because I've decided to wholeheartedly put my support behind Councillor Paul's initiative to put in an option of a sinking lid. Now, in 2015, we didn't have the numbers around the table to pass anything like this. We didn't even succeed in getting much of a reduction in anything. But now I sense the tide has turned, and I have always regarded these black holes, these dens of what does Councillor Fitzsimons call them? Gambling dens, or places of secret shame, And most of us don't even know they exist. And why don't we know they exist? Because as other people have said, they're really quite scary, concerning places where people are sitting like zombies in front of machines just for hours on end. And why would they be doing that? And why would we want to actually facilitate that? Now, the arguments about money. Well, so far we've heard evidence that actually machine numbers have come down without any impact at all on the revenue. So I think that's interesting. Eventually we would expect to get less revenue, but is that just a reason? Is that a reason to actually not do the right thing? And in 2015, we heard from people who were gamblers, and they were so ashamed that they asked to come to a very small, separate room and just speak with some of our councillors, not in a public setting. There were two men, and they were deeply, deeply ashamed of what they were addicted to and the effect it had on their families, to the extent that they could only talk to a very small group of councillors. And that really did affect me. The shame that they felt. And, this is the thing, it's secret. And the thing about the online gambling, well, it doesn't have quite the same power. You are in this very artificial environment. It's like an underworld. It literally is like an underworld. I challenge everyone in this room who's hearing me speak today to go to your pub and look for that secret door and go in there and see that underworld. It's just a place that's so sad. And if anything, we have to try and get to the root causes of what's the problem, why people feel they have to take this chance to better themselves, why they don't have more security in other ways. But what I can say is that money is like the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff trying to help organisations, when really what we need is those people to keep their money and have more hope about improving their situation through other ways that don't involve secret, dark places of shame and gambling dens. And I'm sorry, but I can't see anything positive in it. And so if we can move this today and start to actually change what's going on, we have to start somewhere. And this is the tool the government has given us and actually required us to consider. And this is the tool we have to make a difference. And so I will wholeheartedly be voting for this.
Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, councillors, and I just want to briefly open with a big thank you to Councillor Paul and Councillor Fitzsimons and the people that have come to share your own experiences, your personal experiences and reports of harm. This is an ongoing issue. I'd like to open with the acknowledgement that we're working with a very broken funding model. The current model relies on people losing money and taking themselves into harm in order to justify linking back up that service to community groups, and that is something that is a big imbalance as well. And I think it's incredibly unfair and incredibly unjust to try and make that compromise as well. I accept the tough spot that we are in as community and see the much needed value of our fantastic community and sports centre as well, but there is no kindness in the model that we currently operate as well. I'm only young, but I've been in sports pubs in town, and you're supposed to be hanging out a mate that you haven't seen in a couple of years. He's in a tough spot and you just lose him because he's always in the pokies, and people just disappear off the face of the earth a lot of the time, and it's really hard to reach and pull people back out of that spot. We then, we talk about the way that harm is communicated in our wards, and I agreed with submitters talking. This is a very regressive model of talking about health and community wellbeing and funding support. I represent Te Motu Kairangi, the Eastern Ward. It's a brilliant, wonderful ward, but it also holds some of the highest statistics for social deprivation in all of Wellington. And if you think there aren't these kinds of problems in your own communities, then you're just deluding yourself. Sport and community have benefited through this, but we need to have a broader conversation. I was talking to a few submitters over lunch, and there is a real disconnect. There's a secret door or a curtain, and a lot of the time when we talk about vulnerable people, we talk about them as if they aren't in the room or that there aren't direct experiences as well. And I am supporting this paper with the amendments to kind of have a broader base of thinking and to kind of have those confronting conversations as well, because I'd like those vulnerable people to have the opportunity to sit in the room, or rather I would like people that are the benefactors and receiving of the funding to hear these stories and to read the reports. We've got to pull both people to the table as well. recipients of the fund in the past and other councillors have talked about striking the right balance, but the balance for me is not continuing this unethical harm. And as Councillor Day pointed out, we can call on government, but what good does that really do if we've got tools in front of us right now that we can act on? Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou. That's us. So we'll go back to Councillor Paul for a right of reply.
I just can't believe after hearing all of those stories that that these are the people that are subsidising a team called the J Foreskins. Seriously. I just wanted to, yes, I accepted those. I know. So I just wanted to lighten it up a little bit. No, but thank you all for those your powerful words, and Councillor Calvert, we've accepted those editorial changes. Thank you for raising that, and Councillor Wolf, also thank you for your perspective as well. I think that was really important to have that in the mix as well. Something I was just thinking about was I thought it was quite telling that one of our submitters who were against the sinking lid policy talked about how the max kind of jackpot is only $1,000. And after listening to 4 or 5 hours worth of people last night talking about how little money they have to scrape together, it really is an insult. And yeah, I guess I wanted to touch a little bit on the online gambling aspect. I think it doesn't address the fact that real life gambling and the addictive environment that it's in, where there are the flashing lights, the music, talking to people surrounding you when you're playing on those machines, the feeling of hitting a jackpot and the sounds that those makes. Problem gambling is a mental health issue. That is set out in the mental health and addiction inquiry that came out last year. You know, it is an addiction issue. It's not just something that people do for fun. It's a serious health issue. And so I think it's really important that we deal with it in that way. And I think the whole pokies versus online gambling really is a red herring when, like everyone has said, we have the tools to be able to deal with what we have control over. So yeah, I suppose that's it. I totally agree with you, Councillor Wolf, that our officers are really slammed for time, and this is why I think sinking lid would be great, because they won't have to process any new applications. So yeah, well, it saves us all time. All right, so, and I just want to go back to the part about clubs and community organisations and how they're funded through pokies. I feel like there are, having worked with not-for-profit organisations, my own one that I sit on the trust for Just Speak, Action Station, all of these organisations, like Councillor Day said, they don't accept, like they have very hard and difficult conversations about whether to accept pokie funding or not. But actually, having worked with these organisations, we know that the people that actually give the most money in the form of small and regular donations are the people who have the least money to give. When I started at university in 2016, I was giving $5 a week to Huha, which is an animal rescue organisation, and $5 to my old high school. So when you actually look at the people who give money, it's those who don't have money that are already funding these organisations. And it's actually the people who are the most well off, who are the most privileged, who have the most disposable income that are not giving to these places. I'm sure a lot of these sports organisations can pay for their own uniforms and pay for their own trips. So I think we need to just be realistic about this. But I think the most key point about the arguments put out today is that, like officers have said, the sinking lid policy is a long-term policy. We're not going to look into adopting it or going out for consultation and adopt it and overnight that funding disappears. It's a long-term option. People have a lot of time to explore alternative funding models. I think it's 1 or 5% collective have really good sustainable ways of being able to pay for these activities. So yeah, I guess kia ora everyone for sharing, and looking forward to seeing how we go. And kia ora koutou for joining us today as well. Thank you.
Kia ora. So we're going to vote. They've just redone the numbering to make it work. So we'll take 5A and 6, and then we'll do 7 separately. Are people comfortable with that? So 7 is the saying it's our preferred option.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. Yes, sorry, we'll take all the others with the first. So we'll do everything up to 6. Is everybody comfortable with that? So we're going to take 1 through to 6. And then 7 separately, so just 7 separately. Okay. People comfortable with that? Yeah. Cool. Okay, so we're going to vote 1 to 6. Here we go. That is unanimous. Well done. We'll do number 7 now. Oops. Oh. Did it. This is awkward. Andy's not back. You can press it again. Press it again.
Yeah. Okay,
Should we redo it?
Yeah, we'll do.
We're going to redo it. Take 2. We should always keep an eye on that, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Does that make you question the other votes? So that's carried. You want that recorded by division? Record that by division? Yep. Thank you. All right, we're going to need to adjourn the meeting for a couple of minutes because the Mayor is meant to be introducing the next paper and we're just going to check where he is. And so just stay at the table, stay in your seats. What's that? You can go to the wharepaku, but come back to the table. to introduce the spatial plan for Wellington City. Thank you. We'll talk to him about that later offline.
Here's your chance, Councillor. Show us. Why is the deputy
Right,
doing?
well, kia ora, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. And look, of course, I'd like to first of all thank the officers for the enormous amount of work that they have done on this paper. Moana informs me that they're working the weekends, definitely well beyond the call of duty, and so I'm grateful to them for that. They will know that I don't agree with everything in this paper, but I am very grateful that we have highly skilled and committed people who are trying to come up with some solutions to difficult problems. So councillors, make no mistake, this is the biggest change that we're probably proposing in over 20 years. This is huge, and that's why we are going to have to do a lot of talking and listening as we go through the process and get a wide range of views from the population. And obviously we've heard some of the lines of argument. I think it would be fair to say that this is a lot of deregulation, that we are opening up potentially a lot of land, and I think that will be definitely one of the key areas for discussion. I think it's fair to say that the city has for a long time made provision for more housing growth. So when you look at the numbers that are needed between 4,000 and 12,000, actually a lot has already been provided for. So that's really in a way where the nub of the argument lies, is how to make provision for those buildings. You'll be aware that I just, along with the Mayor, raised some questions about how much land we were actually making available. So I'd like to thank Ms Mackey for giving her support to one of the recommendations in here, number 4, just making it clear that we've still got some analysis to do to make sure we understand how much land is being released. My view is that it would be better to try and get without a lot of division in the city, get more houses built while protecting the things that people do love. I appreciate the officers have made a lot of effort to talk about density being done well. There's some fantastic stuff in here. Getting rid of minimum parking requirements is like as environmentalists, we're practically dancing in the street. It's fantastic. There's a lot of emphasis on natural hazards, on climate change, so that is really, really fantastic. But there are going to be some challenging issues which we will need to address. Obviously, the infrastructure costs are very, very significant, and we're going to have to figure out how to pay for all of this without bankrupting ourselves, because we're not going to get it all from development contributions. I'm grateful that the officers have talked about the need for green infrastructure. It's something I've gone on about, and it's great to have Councillor Rush's support on this now too. We can make our city beautiful and resilient to the stormwater that is coming in increasing amounts. We need to make sure that we build community, and community is not just about building houses. Communities need open space, and they need places where we can congregate. I think we have had that highlighted through COVID, which was a really difficult time for a lot of people, I think, stuck in away from our communities. It wasn't entirely easy. I think there will be some people that will be sceptical about our ability to deliver on good quality development. We have said that for a long time, that that's what we want to do, but it has been a tricky issue to do. And of course, if you want affordable housing, you can't always do the highest level of quality. And saying that, I very much look forward to feedback from architects and engineers to talk about how we can get that balance right, because ideally we do beautiful housing which is affordable. And my favourite social housing in the city, of course, is in Regent Street, where a beautiful job was done. I think we also need to think about housing affordability is impacted by numerous considerations. Obviously, as a council, we are looking at the things that we can do, but we have to look at the wider employment market and education, and around the way that way that social relationships work. There's more than one way, of course, to create a family these days, and that would be good through these. Councillor Rush. That sometimes people, it should be easier to buy a house in this country with friends. One shouldn't necessarily have to rely on a partner. I think the affordable housing in character areas is deeply problematic. It's not going to be affordable. Look at $1 million up, and so I think when we talk about creating more housing, that will be only for a certain amount of the population. I do, as the portfolio leader for building resilience, just want to raise some issues around apartment buildings. They are a good thing, but they also have some major limitations. Councillor Young will be very familiar with this, because of course, and Councillor Young will be strongly supporting on the heritage. We know from our constituents that they're dealing with crippling insurance bills. We have always got to worry about ground quality in the city, not just sea level rise, but earthquakes. Being able to get along with your neighbours and come up with solutions to your building challenges is not easy. And so I'm a little bit lukewarm on just saying, look, we just need to build lots of apartment buildings. It's not easy. I have articulated this many times. I'm very strongly concerned around the heritage. Enormous amounts of protection are being proposed to be removed. 23% left in Aroa Valley, which is very, very historic. And we know that our inner city character areas have been earmarked for significant demolition. So Holloway Road, which I'm particularly exercised about, of course was going to be completely demolished and large-scale buildings were going to be put up. The community stopped that happening, and there may be some similar resistance on this point. I think Mr. Sapsford's submission this morning was excellent. I think he just gave us some practical ideas about where we might be able to find some more space for housing. The vacant housing issue, I think, does need to be explored a little bit. I think nearly there that when we talk about densification, we are going to have to ask some hard questions about, the way we live. We haven't got waste sorted, we haven't got our water use sorted, and transport continues to be a bit of an issue. And just lastly, I just want to reflect on the engagement. I'd like to thank my colleague, Councillor Matthews. We have had robust conversations about this matter and will continue to, but it's a pleasure to work with you. I'd also like to thank the engagement team because they are doing an enormous amount of work too and obviously have a lot of skill. I think there's some good things which are being proposed here, and obviously you need a wide variety of mechanisms to make sure that you capture broad feedback. But I will just highlight that I do think we need to do more, which is why I offered to do a Darren Ponter and Paul Bruce and tour around the city and talk to a lot of people in conjunction with colleagues who were keen, because I just think there will be communities that will just say, hang on, we are being really heavily impacted and we want to work through the issues. So look, I appreciate officers bringing some more consultation opportunities. Thank you for listening, but I do think we need to do more. And look, there's obviously various ways of doing that. There could be a public meeting. I'm intend to do 6 in Pukehi now, and with support of my colleagues. But other people might have different ideas, and even just going and having a cup of coffee somewhere might be a good thing. And obviously we do need to engage with young people. So Councillor Paul, I look forward to your leadership, and Councillor O'Neill too, of course, in this particular area, and not of course just with students, but people who are in the workforce who maybe don't have jobs at the moment. That will be a thing. And just also I guess that we do, but we also need to talk to older people. We heard very loudly and clearly about vulnerable older people and what their housing choices are. And that's a very, very serious issue. So a broad range of perspectives, and of course mana whenua need to be in the room. We put a lot of pressure to engage, but that is essential. And certainly my view is that we do need to reshape the history of our city to be more historically accurate. But, history is what it is, not as it should have been. So I would rather than take things away, add to it and give proper status, of course, to mana whenua. So thank you, colleagues. I look forward to debate. I know there's a wide variety of opinions. I haven't made significant amendments this time because I think that's for later. I don't want to do that now. I think the officers have done a whole lot of work. I want to respect that, but we will wait to see what people have to say. Thank you.
I mentioned that Mayor Foster, now that you're here, you'd be happy to second the paper and speak to it. Councillor Pettit did a good job of buying you some time.
Thank you. She did more than that, I can see. So, look, my apologies for not getting back quite a little bit earlier, and thank you, Iona, for introducing the paper. So I'm going to start off by thanking the officers for a huge amount of work, particularly you, Kate and John, the immense amount of work that you put into this, but all of your team, Tim there as well, the whole team. And it's not just something that, often with papers, they're relatively short gestation to come to us. This one has been going over, well, I'm going to say years, and it's probably several years, isn't it? So there's been an enormous amount of work, and I think we heard for some people that perhaps the level of analysis that's been done is not, some of our submitters, the level of analysis they questioned. Look, there are going to be debates around some of those things, but you cannot fault the amount of work that's gone in and the amount of thought that's gone into this has been immense, so thank you. Where does this start? Iona may well have said some of these things, but our city's growing, and that's something that people didn't really recognise even a few years ago. I usually hark back to the census back in 1991, which we had 157,000 people. Officially, we had 210,000 people last year. So the rate of growth that's being projected, that sort of 50 to 80,000 more people that we talk about all the time, actually is not dissimilar to the growth rate that we've seen in proportionate terms over the last 30 years. So the next 30 and the last 30 are not dissimilar in terms of those projections. Interesting thing was I did actually have a look back at some of the census or when our national population, I did it at a national population level, and it's actually grown fastest in the last few years. The last 6 years have been the highest growth rates this country has ever faced. And so that's something which we ought to think of, and that's obviously putting pressure on every aspect of our, transport infrastructure, housing, etc. So if we think there's an affordability challenge for housing, that's where it's come from. And in the last 2 decades, it's been roughly not quite 50-50, natural increase and migration. So those are the sources of that. There's slightly more natural increase than migration. So we are expecting 50 to 80,000 people over the next 30 years, and we have an obligation to deal with that. We always should have had an obligation to deal with that. On our own accord, we should be doing that. In fact, we've been doing that. But the government has said you must. The last government said you must, and this government has gone actually further, not only saying you must, but they've actually directed us to some of the places about saying where you must do that in terms of the national policy statement. Actually, I think it's very good that there's the amendment there in red on the national policy statement on urban development, because it does actually change some of the things we were going to do, and in some places quite substantially in terms of the densification. But all of these things do fit with our general long-term direction, which has been about densification, about a compact city, about a walkable city, about encouraging an urban form that encourages use of public transport, and those things have worked. I can remember being asked in one election campaign what the most significant investment we could make in transport was, the biggest change, and I said, it's urban form. It's not actually transport, it's urban form. And when you look at it, that's worked spectacularly. And again, going back to some of the census, the 2018 census, in the New Zealand average, 73% of people drove to work. In Wellington, it's 45%. And the flip side, proportion of people using public transport, New Zealand 13, Auckland 15, Canterbury 11, rest of the Wellington region 20, and us 45. So we are leading the pack by a long, long way, and that's down to urban form. And this planning for growth is about reinforcing that urban form. We also know that we have some major challenges in terms of relatively unaffordable housing, and that's both ownership and renting. We heard from some of our submitters, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to hear all of them, but heard from some of our submitters what a turn-off that is from people who want to buy a home here, but also from our student population. And if that becomes a barrier to people actually living in the city, then that's something we need to give attention to. And this is about doing that. I think we also need not just to, while this is about what we do ultimately in terms of planning, I think we also need to actively get involved in delivery. And I've been saying that for some time. And what is good is the government now also wants to do that, and the conversations that we have with the government is they want to do it with us, not to us, but with us. And that's something which we should absolutely be holding hands on and moving forward together, identifying the places that we can do good development and doing it with them. The other, another element which we need, which we probably have had some feedback on and we will continue to have some feedback on, is an infrastructure. So that's a work in progress, I think, at the moment. We know that our city cannot cope with this level of growth without significant infrastructure investment, so we are going to have to do that. But I'm really keen that we make sure that growth pays for growth. I think it's unfair to allow, to force existing residents to pay for the growth that they're not, the costs that they're not responsible for. So that means we've got to have good financial policies, good development contributions policies to support that. It also means that there are going to be some parts of our city which are going to be much more expensive to develop than others. And that's always the balance. This approach is going across the city as a whole, and sort of everybody takes a bit of the pain or a bit of the gain. But there will be some places where it makes more sense than others, and that's one of the bits which I expect we'll get some feedback on in terms of what happens for which order and the infrastructure goes into that.
Just about ready for lunch.
Yep, I'm just about to finish, and that is to say, look, we've had some feedback already from different communities, and there will be communities who will say not in my place. I think, Rebecca, you were talking about not in my backyard, and we will get that. We'll get a lot of that. I think the answer to that in some ways is we must, if not there, where? And we must find somewhere. I can remember going out when we were doing medium density conversation, this one was in Miramar several years ago, and the answer was send them all to Nainai. And that's not really the right answer. That's not the right answer. But what we do have to do is we do this, particularly for those inner city suburbs. I'm really keen that we actually do go and look at the character that's there, see what it is that we're prepared to change, see what it is that we're not prepared to change. And as I think it was Felicity said, I'm very happy to go and wear out some shoe leather. Iona will go for some wanders to have a look around some of those streets, so we actually know what we're talking about, feet on the ground. So look, thanks again for the work that's gone into this, and this will be a big conversation, and it will be a tough conversation. It's always going to be a tough conversation. You can't put almost 40,000 homes into a city with 80,000 and expect them to be invisible. So let the conversation begin.
Yes, well, thank you. We are going to break now for lunch because everybody's been sitting and listening for a long time this morning. So we'll be back for 1 o'clock. We just need a new seconder for the paper because Mayor Foster has had to leave for another meeting. So, Councillor Young, would you? Okay. Okay, we'll keep it simple, Councillor Condi. Not that you can second without supporting it. So we'll do Councillor Condi. So Councillor Condi's going to reserve her right. Who would like to speak to the paper now? Councillor Young.
For those of you who don't know, I am a councillor for Lambton Ward, which includes most of the significant, or whatever they call them, areas. What are they called? Character areas. Thorndon, Mount Cook, Mount Vic, Aro Valley. So that is why I'm going to speak up for the current residents, in some cases past residents who have left us a legacy that we should be treasuring, and future residents. Yes, I live on Mount Victoria. My family has lived on Mount Victoria since 1847, and I can walk around the thing and I know where my great-grandparents lived, my grandparents lived. But that's part of our city's history. Now, that for me is particularly personal. But it's not about NIMBYism, because these little cottages were built at a time when people had, some of them are just assembled here, sent over by ship from England. But it's the character of our city. So those little cottages on the hills, it's our city's unique charm. And I hate to say it to all you guys from other wards, but when people take photographs of Wellington, they're taking photographs of Thorndon, of Mount Victoria, and of Aro Valley. So I do believe we have and not Tawa, unless they want to take photographs of churches.
You've forgotten about the bucket tree.
And it's so bad in Tawa they have to take photographs of a bucket tree. Also I have another layer of interest because I live in a house which has a protected 1930s facade, which could have been bowled but for council protections, and behind it is a brand new house that will be there for another 100 years. So it's I can see what can be done in these areas when it's been done sensitively when you protect the facades. But I'm also within touching distance of my neighbours. I don't touch them, but I could if I wanted to. So just to give you some ideas. This is a really interesting figures. I'll try and get them in the right order. So the population density per hectare in Onslow is 3.17, northern 4.68, southern 12.44, I've just lost my computer thing, Eastern 23.44, Lambton 35.73. Now all those areas have areas of green, outer belt and town belt, but Lambton has part of the Tunakuri Hill and it has half of Mount Victoria, so it's not like Lambton is just houses. So the other thing to think about is why am I concerned in particular? I'm particularly concerned because of losing our charm, our character and our heritage of our inner city suburbs, and also things like sunlight in areas like Aro Valley. A charming street. The real sunlight issue there can be very cold and damp in the winter. And if we start putting up moderate high-rise buildings, some of those little cottages will lose their sunlight completely, and that would be tragic on many, many levels. I'm also concerned because we're encouraging buildings in areas where there are known hazards. So think of Tiaro, the known hazards of liquefaction. It's the high shake zone. We're not planning to build anymore on the what do you call it, infill? Whatever that land's called. I've forgotten. Reclaim, thank you. But we are planning to build on the high shake areas, and of course that has longer term issues of insurance because some of the retrofitted buildings can't get insurance now, but we have no idea what the insurance market's going to be like in 10, 15 or 20 years' time. And I think we should not be encouraging areas that we know have risks. We're also presuming a rate of growth that does not take into account the unknown effects of the COVID-19 slowdown. Another concern is the definition of high quality and appropriate scale, because I could take you on walks around Lambton Ward and show you buildings that are far younger even than Tamatha, and they are not, unlike Tamatha, they are not high quality, and they're not appropriate scale. I'm also concerned about the time frame. This is an enormous change to the future landscape of Wellington, the way our city looks and feels, and I just think we need to give people more time to think about it. It should be walking more hand in hand with the relevant legislation. So in essence, I think there's too much change too quickly, and I think we're putting, to use, I hate cliches, but here's one for Michael Sparrow, we're putting the cart before the horse. We should, as Roland said, we should be planning for people, not for growth. And I think that's, I feel that this is a huge piece of work. Officers have done a great job, but it's just too much, too soon, and so I will be voting against it.
Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Rush.
I'll be very brief. I tend to support everything that Councillor Young just said, but nevertheless, this is a consultation document. Let's hear from the community.
Councillor O'Neill.
Apologies. Just to clarify, Chair, I'm speaking to the substantive non-amendment. Okay, cool. Fantastic. There are quite a few reasons why I am really, really excited to see this policy come to the table. It's I took so much joy, so much nerdy urban planning joy in attending many of the planning for growth sessions that the council ran at City Gallery the other year. I've participated in all levels of this, and particularly quite excited to see the level of ambition and planning for the future that this document holds at the moment. The spatial plan is going to be feeding into quite alongside a couple of others like Te Atakura and a few other frameworks into the planning for growth framework, and there are a couple of things that I think need to be re-articulated as to why I'm really happy to be voting for this paper. Wellington is facing great challenges, and I think we can all agree on the following as well. We are going to be seeing large amounts of population growth. We currently have a climate crisis in Wellington. We've passed resolutions for a biodiversity crisis and to act on ecological emergency. I and many of my other colleagues, maybe not all of them, can agree that we have a housing crisis as well. We also have a mental health crisis, and a lot of those things can be mitigated and talked about within the wider context of planning for growth and smart urban form planning as well. I am excited that we have predicted 76,000 or 80,000 new people that are able to add to the city, and I'm thinking of it in a cup half full situation because I'm someone that's quite excited by the amount of innovation and the fantastic things that we can do as we try to relearn and build our communities around the challenges of climate change and biodiversity crises. There are two things that I will be keeping a really eagle eye on in this consultation. The first one is housing. A couple of my colleagues have talked about long-standing commitments to invest in housing, and that is correct. Council has done that, but currently we don't even have enough homes for the people that are in our city now, and I think that needs to change. I think we need to be bold. I am a big fan of compact urban form, and accessible, safe and warm, dry homes should be a basic minimum standard for all Wellingtonians. That is what makes me proud to be a Wellingtonian as well, because I know that this council has made long-lasting commitments to that too. I've recently just read a report on housing deprivation, and it has shown that the people that are deprived and are falling sick within their homes are disproportionately young, with nearly 50% aged under 25 years of age. Rates of severe housing deprivation are the highest among Pacific and Māori young people as well. And I think those are good challenges to relitigate, because this document talks about partnership with mana whenua and partnership within the management of our natural resources. The second thing that I'm really excited to embark on is some more ambitious protections and relationships with Te Tawa and our natural environment. Since coming into council, I've done a great deal of learning, and I've really appreciated the depth and breadth of which the officers have taken the generous time to educate us as well. I and many of my other councillors have been amazed by learning about our beautiful underground stream networks, and Jill and I last Friday were met with quite a challenge when we went to Glenside, and the story that was painted there was of a beautiful hilly stream network that has been piled up by housing developers as well. And I know that the Mayor shares the sentiments as well, that we are eagerly awaiting significant natural area classifications to take care of our environment. For me, this is our most primed asset, is our beautiful natural environment, and that relationship folds into well-being too. We all spoke about it through COVID. I just quickly as well, housing need for me is a key reason why I stood for council, and I take on board, and I am learning a lot about the value of heritage and protection of those historical areas as well. But I also wonder at what compromise that comes to housing the people we currently have in our city. How good is a beautiful character villa in Mount Victoria if your remove floors are filled to the brim of like climate change and sea level rise? Like, we need to be able to mitigate and draw up these strategies as well, because character will be affected either way. And just to sort of, paint that picture as well, that in Kilburnie and beautiful Te Motukairangi as well, we are facing a plethora of those issues as well. And I'm really excited to have so many discussions around this. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Cool. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Oh, thank you. And I just want to start by thanking the officers for the work on this. I think I said on Tuesday I've never had such confidence in a council consultation process, and that not only includes what you're planning for this, but also what we've seen up until this point. I know that when you visited Island Bay, you even had a dog with you, because research said that people are more likely to approach a council engagement if there was a dog present, and I could see that it worked. But really it is a really challenging, creative and engaging consultation. And I think the great thing about that is it's exactly what we need, because this is a massive challenge facing our city. The reality is that we do have a housing crisis. We have a housing market that is out of control, and it's already a living nightmare for so many people. Many young people can't see a future for themselves in home ownership, and we know that home ownership levels have been declining, and wages are just not keeping up with the massive increase in house prices. So I think that this is a challenge we must meet, and we must do more, because there are simply not enough houses for the number of people that live in our city and will live in our city in the future. And I just want to take issue with the description of this as some kind of pain, as providing housing for people who currently live here or who are going to live here as some kind of pain, because what that does is describes those people as somehow outsiders. And I think that's a very slippery slope, and it goes against the type of inclusive city that Wellington is and that residents tell us they want the city to be. So I'd really ask people not to describe this as pain. It's a great opportunity and a basic human right to have a house. I also want to comment on the increased density and the likelihood that we're going to see a lot more apartment living. I've lived in an apartment for over 10 years. It's fantastic. It's warmer than living in a standalone house. You have a community there present. It's often close to the central city. I found it a wonderful lifestyle to live in an apartment and did so up until 2012. And I really want to see students once again being able to live in the central city after their first year of study. I'm very concerned by the reports that we heard from Laura from the Youth Council, and I've been hearing them too, about people leaving Wellington after their first year of study simply because there isn't housing available. So our housing shortage is actually impacting on young people's ability to finish their education, and that is a shame on us all. I also just want to briefly mention the issues around character, because I think and with Councillor Young, we got some amendments over the line in terms of making sure that there was some ongoing protection of character housing. But I do support the removal of the blunt measure that of pre-1930s character, and I think that the work that the officers have done in taking a more granular approach to looking at character is responsible. And I think we shouldn't be saying just because it was pre-1930s that means it's of character value. I've lived in some of these so-called character houses, and sometimes they have grass growing through the walls. And at the Newtown Residents Association meeting about a year ago, there was a woman who came along and really challenged some of the members of the Residents Association and said, be careful what you're wishing for when you're saying you want to protect this character. I live in this character house and I can't heat it. So I think we need to take a balanced approach to how we protect character in the future and make sure that we're not ruining the future of the young people who will live in our city, because they need houses to live in, and it's a fundamental right to have a house. And these are the kinds of visionary city shaping policies that we need to be endorsing, and I really welcome the opportunity to take the first steps to see this work continue.
Kia ora, Councillor Sparrow.
I'd like to thank the officers at the outset for the immense amount of work that has gone into this. We had a presentation from Roland Sapsford earlier, and in my view, and I think probably many others, that was one of the best presentations we've had in a long time. And I just want to quote from one of his paragraphs here where he says, "Density done well is desirable. It's a key learning from the new urbanism. Another lesson from the new urbanism is that density alone isn't enough, and density done badly erodes cities and breeds inequity every bit as much as sprawl does." Now, obviously, we do need to plan for growth, but we do need to do it well. There are some aspects of the proposed plan that I'm not particularly comfortable with. For example, its possible impact on the likes of Johnsonville. I'm not going to go into detail at this point, because this, as Councillor Rush said, this is a consultation document, and at this stage I'd rather let it go out to the people of Wellington for them to make their points of view known, and at that stage we can discuss it further. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, I'm going to speak now. I too would like to thank the officers. I think the website is amazing. It's really interactive, and there is so much information in there, and it's a really easy format to follow, and I know that doesn't happen overnight. So thank you for all the work that's gone into that, and the amount of information that people can access through that is really outstanding. And I just want to acknowledge Councillor Pennant for her offer to come around our wards and help us with the kōrero. Councillor Pennant, I welcome your offer, and I think maybe we could bring our dogs together, and we'll be sweet. People will want to talk to us, which is good. But I do believe we need to talk to the community, and we've heard from people today impassioned about various aspects, and it's all relevant. People's feelings are their feelings, and their perspective is relevant, and we need to hear it all. But I wouldn't want to see us try and change anything now or delay anything, because we need to get on with this kōrero. You know, this is important. I welcome growth in our city. I welcome people coming here and feeling that they can find a safe place to live. I would like my children to have the option of staying here. So I really do welcome growth. And I think, we could question what growth will be like following COVID-19. People may be thinking it might slow down. We may actually see the opposite. People may go, Wellington's a really great place to come to, and we can see that there's a plan and it makes us feel safe and secure. So it's very hard to predict where it's going to go, but we need to be prepared for growth no matter what. And I also want to acknowledge the work that's been done through the SNA, through our Taonga, Backyard Taonga project. That was a really amazing piece of work, and gives me a lot of hope for the future. I have to say thank you, Councillor O'Neill, for raising about our tour around Glenside. It was quite confronting to see land that was clearly reserve before development had started and would have been vested as reserve if the developer hadn't bowled trees and filled in streams. So we want to see that stopping. There are some really significant pieces of bush around, and we need to protect that, because yes, with more density those spaces become even more valuable, and we do love our biodiversity in New Zealand. And thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons, for your comments about character. I have to agree. I love character. I love some of our spots of character, but I also have lived in a character home that was cold, damp, mouldy, and made me unwell. And so I don't think you can save things just because they look a certain way or they represent a certain thing. I also question whose character we are protecting, and that's something in Wellington City I think I'm reminded of all the time when you go down to Te Aropa, and I urge councillors to take up the opportunity. I think we will be invited soon to go and have a look at the pa, which sits underneath it sits underneath an apartment building, and when you go in there, anyway, it's a new building. It's not. Anyway, we don't need to go into that. The reality is the building is sitting on top of an amazing pa. It's the only one like it in the world. To have that unearthed through the process of excavating is pretty amazing, but it also really reminds us of the heritage that we have built over. And so I don't actually back the fact that we should be saving a whole lot of cottages because we need to do that for the future. As Brad from Youth Council quite eloquently said, we don't want Wellington to be locked into a museum of yesteryear. And I agree with that. There is value in protecting some, but we don't need to protect it all over the place. I would like to see that we can make it work for people. And there was a question about, this should be planning for people. Well, actually, planning for growth is planning for people. It's talking about growth for people. So I think I feel fairly comfortable that that is well understood. We will move on now to Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, look, I appreciate all the visionary sort of insights from other people. I thought I'd add hopefully a few of my own. So look, for me, it is about having the big picture view on this, and yes, residents will give us feedback. A lot of it might be very parochial. I think we've got to expect that. It'll be about their little patch and what they think about their little patch. But I think it's really important that we're able to keep a holistic vision for the city through this, what it's going to look like in terms of where things are going to go. Like, for example, I've talked before about bird corridors and other really important parts of biodiversity, and I know that will have been thought about, but also our view shafts. Traditionally, we've only talked about view shafts to the sea. I think it's increasingly important that if we're going to have a dense city, that we've actually got view shafts to our hills, because our city is very three-dimensional, and it will be even more three-dimensional when it's got all these high-rise buildings. Really important is that we think about sunlight. So I think it's important that we actually consider, obviously we're going out for feedback, but that we consider clusters of high-rise that don't, so that we're not getting high-rise pocketed in where it can be quite detrimental to buildings that are not high-rise. We've really got to think about a sort of equity of access to sunlight for all of our houses. Otherwise, we end up with unhealthy, depressing places for people to live in. That's not what we're aspiring to. I agreed with other things that have been expressed about the need for the city to be beautiful, and to me that does need planning. So that's our challenge, is through this process to actually plan how the city it is a beautiful city. The efforts of many generations of Wellingtonians have made it so, and it's up to us to try and bring that forward into the future. And public transport, that is so key, and I always mention it, but the transport options that need to be built into this, otherwise we're going to have endless jams and people won't have that freedom of access. And apart from education, actually equality of being able to have transport is the next biggest thing that can level people's situations. So we have education, and then we have people actually being able to get places and in an affordable and convenient way, and it is an incredibly important part of our city remaining livable. So I'm looking forward to what people have to say. Climate change, I was going to say something about Shelley Bay. Everyone's up in arms about Shelley Bay, but actually when you think about it, it's probably the 6 stories now won't look so strange. But the thing is the sea level rise. So if the reason to not build in Shelley Bay is transport links and sea level rise, we need to think equally about how that plays out in other parts of the city. Are there the transport links, the roads, and what is the impact of sea level rise? Thank you.
Councillor Foon.
Kia ora tātou, and yes, I am excited by planning for growth and all the amazing mahi. I do just want to shout out to the team that have done this and for the creative way that you've presented it. And I do fully appreciate that this is our chance to embrace one of the most important solutions we need around accessibility and affordable. But I do wonder about really I think the main thing for me is how do we take the community with us? And already they're asking questions about a balanced approach. And so how do we design and phase this well? And I know this is getting into the detail a little bit, so I'll try and keep it high level. But I do want to acknowledge that on some of the first engagements that we did for planning for growth, that it was a particular worry for the community there about how our waste and water systems would keep up, how our investment in our centres would keep up. And as Sarah's just talked about, our transport systems are so vital to go alongside this. I really appreciate, like Malcolm, Mr. Sapsford, an amazing delivery today, but I do think it is about planning for people, and actually that's really the message we need to keep pushing out there. And already, my Newtown and Fleur and my Newtown and Berempore community have really seen this and are quite taken aback. So I'm really ready for this to be, the first response that people are going to have. So I do thank you for the engagement process being longer. I think the community really do need time. And I do thank the Mayor and Councillor Iona Pennant for offering to come and talk to the community, because they really are going to need the discussions. And what the community I hear are asking for are genuine conversations to co-design and co-create design guides using local knowledge and expertise and a planned and staged approach. So yes, need to take the community with us. That is probably my most important thing. But thank you for the mahi, and I'm up for it. I've got a dog.
Hands up if you've got a dog. We've got a few to choose from, haven't we? Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora koutou. It won't come as a shock to anybody that I am strongly supportive of this plan. I would like to start by thanking officers for their work, and I would particularly like to thank the engagement team. That the engagement that occurred last year is the members of the public come to me and say that they found that one of the most, engaging and interesting and kind of dynamic processes they've been involved in. And additionally, the pre-engagement that occurred, was it this year? Things seem like it could be 100 years ago, but the sessions that were at prefab were very well attended and extremely interesting, and I think gave a good kind of introduction to what we see now. I guess as a councillor, I want to know that we have done all that we can in our powers to house our people. And I saw Shamabil Yaqub talk, and he said, that's what a city is. And if a city can't house its people, it's not doing its job. And that's very fundamental to me. I would like to see this debate shift a little and centre more on those who can't afford to buy a house or who struggle to find affordable rentals, rather than almost exclusively focusing on the concerns of existing homeowners. When we focus almost exclusively on the concerns of existing homeowners, we end up where we are today with not enough houses. And the impact of that, or not enough homes, I should say, including apartments, the impact of that is the person sleeping in their car or couch surfing at their friends. It is the person who continues to live in an inadequate rental home and not say anything to their landlord because they know that would be very difficult to find an alternative rental, and they don't want to unsettle their family. It also, and the other end of the scale, is someone like myself, my husband. We are on a very high income and we cannot afford to buy in the Whārangi ward a home that would meet our children's needs. So, I don't think there can be any doubt about the affordability of housing in Wellington when even very rich people like myself are not able to buy a house in the city and would have to, move further out and probably out of Wellington City. every time we say, not here, not now, not this way, we lose an opportunity to provide Wellingtonians with a home. I recognise that these objections can be legitimate. For example, resilience and also heritage. As I've been teased that I live in a heritage street myself, the beautiful Tarikaka Street, fantastic railway cottages. These things do have value, but I guess it would, in 100 years, we insist that every home built in the 1990s should be preserved. We wouldn't. And just because something is old, it doesn't mean it's good. It can mean that, but it doesn't have to mean that. So I do support more flexibility in this area. And I guess the other concern is, which is completely legitimate, is about the infrastructure that needs to be there to support the people. What this plan does is give us opportunities, and that's really what it's about, because it is not about waking up when we adopt it and seeing 6 or 8 tower apartment blocks everywhere and heritage homes bowled down. I mean, the reality is many of the heritage homes we are talking about are extremely valuable. They are, $1 million, multi-million-dollar homes. And the market is not going to go and knock those down to provide substandard apartments. It just won't happen. But what we are doing with this plan is enabling so the opportunity for more homes to be built. And I think that means we should be as bold as we can be to create that opportunity, because we know in every case the systems will need to be followed before development happens. This is not waving a magic wand and getting rid of everything that we already do around consenting or accessibility or any of those things. They are still all there. But are we prepared to enable the housing of more Wellingtonians? And I have had members of the community ask me about, is this enough for Karori, Kaharori and Kandala? And, that there are some things about those areas that seem that they would be really good places to house more people. And I have asked officers. I'm aware that this process doesn't limit, actually, we can still do more. And so I'm very interested to see the feedback of that. And I just also quickly want to add, while I really appreciated our friend from the Residents Association coming in today, I caught the train today and it felt like mass rapid transport to me. And I actually think, our trains are not perfect, but I feel the north of the city is very well served compared to other areas. And, I do appreciate that as a concern, particularly for Kaharori, that their transport would need to be improved. So I really hope that councillors can embrace the changes that our city needs. And I want to quote my good friend next to me, Councillor Condi, and be able to say, yes, in my backyard, yes, in your backyard, yes, in your backyard, and be able to house more Wellingtonians.
That is the speaking lists at the moment, so... Oh, you need to put your hand up to put it up, though. But you still need to indicate when you want to put it forward. I'm not going to make it... You can do it now then, Councillor Calvert.
Just having difficulties.
Good. We've got it.
That's good, because I've got some... So look, I am putting these amendments up. You've seen them. Apologise for the lateness, but I think what we've experienced is that we've had some very interesting papers on the agenda this week, and with 2 lots of yesterday spent in hearing public submissions on 2 other matters, that their workload has been quite chocker, and I thank the officers. I know a lot of them were working late last night on getting information, further information to us.
It's quite interesting to note that the reason I'm actually at this council table was around our previous urban development strategy that was released 2014-15, supported by Councillor Foster at the time, led by him, the mayor. And to be honest, I'm quite disappointed he's not here to hear this debate, because this is his paper.
Just a little.
Well, it's critical, because actually, as the decisions that we are going to make as a city, this is our core business. This, along with our transport and our infrastructure, this is our core business. I know we have other things we need to consider, but if anything, this is one of the big decisions that we are making over this current triennium, and it's critical to get it right. Otherwise, what happens is, as per the previous urban development strategy, it fell down for a number of reasons. So I'm right across this particular subject matter. Engagement on this is really important, and it needs to be genuine engagement. And for that engagement to be genuine, people need all the information, or as much information as possible. And I absolutely acknowledge the workload, the work that officers have put into this to even just get to this stage. But there is more information that we need. And what we've seen sometimes in consultations is we go out with certain information, and then closer to the end of the consultation period, we then present more information, which might have impacted on people who submitted earlier. So what I want is make sure that we've got good information in front of us. Now, this may not have been a major issue for me, but what happened is the government released its national policy statement on urban development on the 17th of July this year, which, if you think about in terms of getting our papers together, officers had 2 weeks to make amendments to this papers in front of us, and I don't believe that was sufficient. And in particular, you would have received information last night from one of our officers about what the proposed plan was going to look like 2 weeks earlier to what it looks like now after the release of the government's national policy statement. And that national policy statement has created a lot more, to put it very simply, purple areas across our city, and in particular in the Onslow area of our city and in the northern suburbs. And so these changes have just occurred in the last 2 weeks. So I can't stress that enough, because that has a significant impact on who and what we are engaging on. And I'm talking about 6-story buildings. And, it was quite interesting. I was a few weeks ago, I read a Don Post article about a young couple who had just purchased a property in the Whairangi Onslow Western ward. I know it was a bit of a challenge, but they had managed to do it. And they didn't appear to be on particularly high. I don't know what incomes they were on. So people are buying houses. My daughter's just bought a house in the northern suburbs. I've got another daughter looking for one. I as a parent of 4 millennials and one granddaughter, who I don't know what they call those at the stage, probably generation whatever, Gen Z. I am very conscious about wanting to ensure that our city can cater for them. But I just want to also say that our boundary of our city is not some geographical mountain range. It's actually just a line on the map. And we heard before, when we were talking about the gambling policy, how almost you step across the line and then you've got another territorial council making their own rules. So I think what we've got to do is make sure that we understand what's going to happen from a regional perspective as well as part of this. And even if we don't know, that we can address it in our information. We can talk about it. And we talked about before and we heard from the Youth Council about accommodation. And I've always said housing and the economy are closely tied together. And that's where one of the things that we should be doing with our economic partners and something like the university, when they bring students in, we should be working much better with them on them helping to ensure that there is a proper accommodation. If they want to grow their business with students, and we certainly want to see that happen, then we need to make sure that we are working in with them, that they are also being part of the solution, ensuring that there is accommodation, not just for first years, but for subsequent years, and that accommodation is warm and dry. And I take the point that there's a lot of character homes which have been renovated, beautified, and there's others that haven't. But it doesn't mean to say that they can't be. And it's pleased to see that we did put in, we've got money in our budget, which in the annual plan, which enables home energy audits. So there's, so we have that, and it's not. Well, I'm very happy to see us consider a proposal to rebuild the library. I also know there's people who want to remediate it because they see that there's hope, even in a 90s building. And but look, I want to see that there's a level playing field for everyone, and I think we need a lot more information, especially as a result of the national policy statement. And so, yes, I do have a seconder, and I notice there's no other speaking time since I'm going to carry on. I also
make sure you're speaking to your amendment, because you're starting to talk about the library, which isn't really.
Oh no, I'm using that as an example in relation to I'm using.
Try and be articulate.
I will, but I'm also using an example to in terms of this. I know the word NIMBYism has been raised. And I'm going to touch on that because it's an easy argument, an easy thing to use. But, it is important that we look after the city for the generations to come. And I'm looking forward that we do cater for growth. And as some of my colleagues have commented on, and it is about being a place for people. I'm not sure I covered everything off. Look, you've heard from the Onzo Residents Community Association. And they referred to the Naya Crofton Downs, who also support having a session out there. They want to see the professionals. I don't think anyone, as I said, anyone around this table has a qualification in urban planning or the RMA. Good. Well, so I take that back, Councillor Rush. You can come out too. You can come out to the west.
Have you got a dog?
Yeah. So we need the officers to be out there, because if we're going to actually say we want genuine engagement, then they need to be out there. They're going out to other areas. We need them to an area that's going to be significantly impacted. You could argue that they didn't need to be there, but in the last 2 weeks, with the national policy statement from government, and if you look at the changes to those areas, you will see that they do need to be there. They do need to be there to explain how they've interpreted it and what it means. And as I said before, we haven't got all the information there. It's not clear in the information about what's happening in our Greenfields area, because the Greenfields area is really important. Which I don't believe we've got enough information on the impact of COVID-19, and I'm talking about how that's going to change people's lives, of how they want to live and work. We don't have enough information on the detail of housing types. And look, next week we're going out to a session with our colleagues in the region talking about the next regional spatial plan. So we need a bit more information around that. And so that's why I did think about not voting for the paper at all, but I thought I should put up a solution in terms of enabling officers to get more information as required. So that's my second amendment, is to agree to delay the public engagement for up to 6 months, depending on how long it takes, to provide some additional information to enable a fair and level playing field out to our respective communities. So, and I understand Councillor Wolf is seconding it.
I am I'm going to get some advice first, because that second one, 6 months is quite a significant period of time, and we know that there is some time constraints around district plan and that sort of thing. So I think it's important we understand because I don't necessarily know where those benchmarks are that we have to be reaching things by to.
A stitch in time saves 9.
Sometimes it doesn't.
About if this failed, what would the situation be with the officers getting more advice about the recent government changes to whatever the documentation or legislation it was?
Let's ask Moana to speak to this amendment.
Sure. So in relation to the MPS on urban development, that was the presentation that we gave you at pre-SPC. We have factored it in. Actually, it was very much in line with what we were proposing anyway, so we didn't have to require a lot of change. It merely, I think, backed up the position that we were taking, went a little bit further in some areas, and we actually held back a bit, particularly around the character areas where, because of the work that we did around the stock take of the character homes, we were able to have a evidence base to say, no, we don't agree that it should be up to 6 stories across the board in these areas. Because of the amenity value. Also, we did that for natural hazards as well. So I don't think we need any more information on the MPS of urban development. I think that's been well incorporated, and I think the commentary in the paper that accompanied the spatial plan highlights that really well. In relation to the delay by 6 months, this would really derail our district plan review process. This has been a 3.5-year process. We've got some really good momentum going, and I would not want to lose that. The spatial plan is out there publicly as well, so we'd have a spatial plan sitting there on a website for 6 months without any opportunity actually for our communities to engage with it. We do have statutory requirements to remove the minimum parking requirement from our district plan within the next 18 months, and also to incorporate the national planning standards by 2024. That's quite a big task in and of itself, so it would make no sense to do those without actually doing the full review. This is one step in the process. Councillor Pannett's amendments do refer to the phasing and the work that has to come through the district plan review process. The spatial plan is the first part of this process, so take on board some of the things Councillor Calvert has raised, but those will be able to be picked up as we move through into the district plan review.
Thank you very much. Do you have a question? Yep. Cool.
So I do think maybe the public needs to understand what constraints the government's move has actually imposed on us. And so I was wondering if we've got time, if we stick to the original time frame, for some extra information just to be put out with the consultation process on that matter.
Absolutely. We've already picked that up with the comms and engagement team, and we've also picked up the request that's come from a number of councillors about being clear what can be influenced through this process.
Okay, we're going to continue smartly in debate. I encourage people to try not to go into repetition. We need to really pick up the pace of it. So, Councillor Wolfe, you can start us off with that.
Yeah, well, I'll take the time I need. Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm backing these 2 amendments essentially because and I don't believe it's NIMBYism, but I believe that in the West there's a lack of trust and confidence in council in regards to what happened with the medium density housing. And sure, that's 4 years ago, but people have long memories. What we're dealing with at the moment isn't just, and it's been referred to, a spatial plan where we're dealing with the MPS, we're dealing with a possible, well, not a possible, but a definite review, reform or replacement of the RMA through all sides have said that's going to happen in the next term, and we also have our district plan. The communication with our communities needs to be absolutely clear and well documented that we can't actually do anything until the district plan is completed. So this is a phased situation. I also want to emphasise the fact that in the medium density housing policy that was brought forward 4 years ago, it got dropped, and it wasn't a complete waste of time. What was a complete waste of time was that we didn't do it properly and we lost really good staff as a result of it. And that's a major reason that we should take our time with this, the time within the constraints that we've got to communicate clearly and concisely and help our communities understand that this is really, really important, but to keep them calm through it. Because I have only once previously seen something more hostile than what I encountered through the medium density housing bit, and that was no, it wasn't actually. It was the buses. It was actually the Greater Wellington Regional Council bus debacle. So, Laurie, you made some really good points. Take the community with us, co-plan, co-design. I think that ethos is something that's really, really important. If we don't bring people with us, we don't communicate properly, we're going to be completely stuffed. And to be honest, the systems and processes through the previous engagement with the medium density, the engagements were really, really poor. We did not have experts there. We need to have experts there this time. Just on a Western perspective, it's not just the housing that we need. We actually, and it was referred to slightly, we need transport and utilities, and particularly the three waters, where we're in Karori, we're struggling with a wee bit. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Pennant.
Just really briefly, I know people want to go. Look, I understand the intent of number one, but I will be voting against it. I've said this now to Councillor Covered a number of times. We are city councillors for the whole city, and so we need to think about the needs of the whole city. And I think Newtown and Tawa and Wadestown and Mount Vic or Mount Cook are important too. So the other thing too is that I've heard from our senior staff that staff are just too busy, and so that's just putting more pressure on. So I am confident, because I have confidence in your abilities, colleagues, that with appropriate briefing materials, because we've just got a lot of material in the last couple of days, which was really, really good, really helpful to explain things. A good PowerPoint presentation that if you want to go and talk with people, that you will have the skills and the information available to you. This is a team of 15 people. That's a lot of people. And I just point out, often we don't seem to be thought to be particularly useful. But I think, by the organisation, but I think in this case, and also we need to own this. While it might not be everything that we want in the proposal, we are the leaders, and it's political. It is political. It doesn't matter what you say, it is political. So I think we need to own that. And using the expertise that you all have about your own community. And I look, as much as Councillor Calvert, I probably would like to delay it 6 months, but I'm not going to. We've got some other work to get on with. We've got some urgent issues to address. So I'm going to save my fire for later on some of the issues I'm concerned about. Thank you.
I'm going to speak to this now. I'm not going to support either of these, and the main reason being, if we start picking off communities that need more, I mean, we could all jump in. I could add in other communities as well. And I don't think this is an effective way of using our officers' time. I think Councillor Pennant is right. We can help to communicate this with the community. We don't have to. We can do it in a way that's professional and help people to give their feedback. That is the most important thing, that people have access to the information and understand that we are here listening. And we can effectively show that, and actually by us being out there, that's really important, because then they see their elected members are also out there and available. And the second one, I won't support that. I can speak from personal experience around our experience with Upper Stebbings and what happened there. And time has not made it easier for people to understand anything. In fact, it would have been helpful to have more and just keep going. And I think that's the thing. We've got this out there now, as has been said. Let's get on with it, have the conversation. There are some bits that we all question. I mean, there are bits in various areas of the city that I'm questioning, but I'm like, I'd actually rather hear from other people about it. And it doesn't all have to be perfect straight off. We're working on something. It's a moving feast, and I think it's important that sometimes you push the bar out a little bit and then you have to pull it back in, and I think there's plenty of scope for that here. And actually that's the most important thing, is that we're not boxing ourselves into really tight little corners. We've left it open enough that people can tell us and see clearly what they value. Councillor Condi.
A point of order. I move that the amendment be put.
Yeah, me too.
So we need 75%. That's a procedural motion.
I'm sorry.
Same thing. Okay, so we need 75%, so we're going to vote on that.
The right of reply. Now this stops the right of
No.
She needs the right of reply.
She can have...
Okay.
Yeah, we'll find that first.
We have to see if it's even possible, because it may get voted down. So then you do your right of reply. Right, so we will vote. Those in favour of the procedural motion to put this to the vote can press green, and against press red. Oh, hang on. So green is to agree with Fleur to get on and vote for this. Red is to say to continue the debate. So yeah, do you want to go home soon or do you want to stay? Because we've still got 2 more papers. So yeah. Two. No. The meeting says 3 or 2. Okay, so that's. Oh, because you have to count. You do count it from who's present. Yep. So we are going to put that to the vote to get your right of reply.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you. Look, just on the First Amendment and to answer to Councillor Pannett's and Councillor Day's comments, can I just point out that there's numerous locations with officers of staffing in the central city. Northern Ward has 2 locations in which officers are attending. The Southern Ward has 2 locations where officers are attending. I think in the East there's only 1 location, but they aren't as impacted as the Onslow Western Ward. So in Onslow Western Ward, Wharangi, there's only Karori at the moment. All I'm asking is for one other session, just like the Northern Ward has, just like the Southern Ward has, just like they're going to be in the Central City, for another location for the sessions, and that's in the combined Onslow suburbs. That's all I'm asking, a fairness, a level playing field. And on the second one, thank you, Councillor Pannett, for saying that you'd like to have an extra 6 months or up to 6 months, but I notice how you're going to vote, but thank you for acknowledging that. So I'm happy to finish up my right of reply on that.
Do we want them separately? Cool. Okay, so number 6. So vote accordingly.
One extra.
Each other.
Yeah.
We're not going to keep debating it. We're going to vote. So this has succeeded. Cool. And number 7, voting on that. So that one has failed. All right, so back to the substantive motion, and I don't see anyone else needing to speak. So you'd like to speak, Councillor Condi.
Thanks, everyone. I guess I would like to start by saying I'm really excited at the prospect of welcoming 80,000 new people to Wellington. It's an amazing city, and to be able to share it with people is a great privilege. And I think if we're going to be able to offer manaakitanga to those people who want to come here, then we need to be able to have somewhere to house them, and that's what this is about. And, you know, as Mana Whenua showed manaakitanga to early settlers and help them to get settled here, then we need to show some manaakitanga to the people who are going to come after us and want to come and live in this beautiful place. There's no doubt that we have a housing crisis, and that housing crisis has social and economic impacts, as we've heard. And there's also no doubt that restrictive planning rules have definitely played a part in that housing crisis. We don't know how much of a percentage you can blame on that, but there's no doubt that that's part of it. And I think by reviewing the spatial plan in the way that we have, we can say that by creating this much capacity, you definitely can't blame the restrictive housing rules anymore if we continue to have affordability problems. The other thing I'm excited about is that this paper came up on the same day as we're considering something around Te Atakura, because this is one of the most important decisions we will make that will impact our carbon emissions. Compact urban form is one of the most important things that we can do. And we know from the earlier consultation that we did on the planning for growth scenarios that the majority of people said that they were willing to give up some of our heritage so that we could create more housing within walking distance of the CBD. Because being within walking distance of the CBD is an important element of our climate change response and a way of mitigating our emissions. Now, the question is, how much is some? How much is some heritage? And the officers have done some work with some expert advice and put something on the table about what they think we could find a balance. Personally, I think it's a reasonably good balance, but we need to hear from the community about whether they think that this is the right amount of trying to strike that balance, and that's what this consultation is about. I'd also just like to address, Mayor Foster, when he first spoke about this before lunch, was saying that many times we go out with this kind of policy and people say, well, but not here. I totally support the idea of more housing. We need more housing, but not in my suburb because I've got genuine good reasons. And the question then becomes, if not there, then where? And I'll tell you what, the answer to that in the past has been the northern suburbs. The answer to if not here, then where has been Johnsonville. And that part of our city has seen a lot of infill housing, a lot of intensification, and have a lot of experience with density done badly. So I just say on behalf of that part of our community, I absolutely represent the whole city, but on behalf of that part of our community, we expect other parts of the city to be stepping up as well. This can't end up being a thing about the character areas of the inner city have to take precedence over everything else. Every part of Wellington has to do their bit in this. That's fair. I thank the Johnsonville Community Association for coming in today and speaking to us. I thought they were very constructive, which is wonderful because they certainly have had a difficult time of it out there at times, and they were very positive and constructive, and I hope that continues to be the tone of the debate as we go forward. I appreciated that they brought genuine local knowledge about which parts of the areas might be walkable and which parts of the suburb might not be walkable, so that staff can take that information on board. That's what the consultation is for. I think this is basically the most important thing that we will do. Maybe along with Let's Get Wellington Moving and a few others. But we've got a lot of big stuff on this training. But this is enormous, and it's very, very important. It's important that we hear from many different parts of our community. It's important that we get out there and consult. And I just wanted to address the comment Councillor Calvert made about that engagement needs to be genuine. And I just take a little bit of issue with that comment because I think it implies that for some reason she thinks this engagement is not genuine. This engagement is absolutely genuine, and this process this is now the third time we've engaged with people on this issue. They went out on Our City Tomorrow to begin the process. They went out with the 4 different scenarios on planning for growth. Now we're going out with the draft spatial plan, and this will not be the last time that we take these changes to our community. I actually don't see how we could be doing more engagement than we are. Staff have been doing an enormous amount to make sure that this engagement can go ahead and that the community gets numerous opportunities to come back and share their views with us. I'm grateful to the staff who have offered to extend the consultation period. That gives the community a bit more time to get their heads around what is a pretty significant change and gives them a chance to share their views. So I'm really excited about this. I think it's great policy. The amount of work that's gone into it is enormous, and I'm looking forward to having some challenging but hopefully constructive conversations with our community about how we're going to house all these wonderful people who want to move to our amazing city.
Kia ora. Councillor Pennant, your right of reply. We don't need too much, do you?
Yeah, I'll try and be short, but look, obviously this is a big topic. So, look, thank you very much for all your constructive comments. Mayor Foster, your point about the growth of the city has kind of been on a similar trajectory. That I think is a helpful point. I think it was useful to have the students saying, it's not just about obviously buying a home, but having affordable rental. I think that is obviously a useful perspective to have. I do not agree, and this is a big philosophical point, entirely with that, you know, the people who are benefiting from the growth pay for the growth. I think we all benefit. So I think we're going to, and that's quite a complex calculation about where the burden and responsibility and benefits fall. So that's going to be quite complex. Absolutely, we do not want to say that people should go out of the city, although I like Nino, I've got family out there. Let's not be critical. So I think that's a useful point. Councillors Free and Young, thank you for talking about sunlight. Critical for mental well-being, and that is where these planning decisions actually get very tricky. Councillor Young, your point about appropriate scale is really important, because it's not just about the age of some of our buildings, but it is about the way they are all put together and the history that has accumulated over many times. I did enjoy the excitement of Councillor O'Neill and her joy at being an urban planning nerd. We need more of that. Councillor Fitzsimons, I think your point about pain is useful, but I think it also just, that comes from a particular history where the development has caused some pain, sometimes because we haven't set good enough rules potentially, so we've got some stuff to learn from that. Character homes can be improved. Thank you, Councillor Calvert, for pointing that out. It just means putting some insulation in. It can be expensive, but it is always possible. I'd like to think I'm going to tell Roland this, that Councillor Sparrow, you know, just did, thank you for his praise of the submission. I did think it was excellent, and that point about density done badly is why we have got some resistance here. Councillor Day, your point about what heritage are we protecting is an important one, and now I just realise I was at the opening of that building, and now I probably would have gone, just don't build over the site, you know, protect the site. But in saying that, I don't want another form of colonisation where developers build over Māori sites for housing. I mean, you know, like, so, you know, who's doing the building into the future? So I think that's important. As an environmentalist, obviously I'm going to raise scepticism about growth. I do think Roland's point about planning for people is probably a more helpful thing. Thank you, Councillor Freed, for talking about view shafts and that the city needs to be beautiful. Absolutely. There's no point if we've just got a whole lot of houses, but people are miserable with mental health issues, you know, there's not enough space for employment and just for having fun or whatever. And also, we need to plan. Thank goodness. I do not believe in letting the market go wild. We absolutely have to plan. And thank you for your constant advocacy around public transport. That is a huge issue, and I think that's something we're going to need to talk to extensively with the Regional Council. Nearly there. Councillor Foon, thank you so much for your point about co-design. Yeah, love co-design, and I think there'll be some potential to do that together, so I think that would be helpful. Councillor Matthews, thank you. I think it's important to have the perspective of people who don't own homes. It is a privilege to own a home. So I think that is really important, and of course there should be a balanced debate. I take the point about not here, not now, whatever, and I do think everyone needs to take some of the benefit and some of the well, another word. So change. That housing should happen everywhere. And look, you know, our character suburbs have taken a lot of change, and sometimes a lot of damage has been done, which has been disappointing for those of us who care very much about heritage. I think that's an interesting thing about can we do more in some places, and that's going to have to be a big discussion. And just last points, the loss of faith for Council Wolford is a fair enough point. I think we can all see some development. I can see, you know, when I went into Kandala in the last few years and went, yeah, yes, I have, and it was quite interesting. It's quite interesting. Some of the info wasn't the most awesome. The 80,000 people, Councillor Condy, I'm nearly there. Good. Yes, so we're of time. Well, we said we were going to get to 4. 80,000 people. 80,000 people is a good thing. Imagine all the business, the people, the energy that comes in, but it also comes in with a cost. It's not about dumping people because they need infrastructure and they need facilities. I don't agree about restrictive planning rules just playing such a big part in the housing crisis. There's lots of contributing factors there. I think we have to be careful, and those of us who have owned homes for a long time been told that we've stopped development and growth
we've just been homeowners, that's all. Anyway, thank you very much, and I look forward to lots of engagement.
Great, let's vote. Is everyone happy to take it all together? So you'd like something taken separately? No, didn't quite make sense. Can they be taken together separately? Together separately. One, 3 and 6 together, and then we just yeah. See 1, 3 and 5 together. No, I think Councillor Pennant, so it was 1, 3 and 5 as a chunk. 1, 3 and 6. Yeah, and Councillor Pennant's fine with, yeah. Well, to be helpful, yeah, thank you.
Two votes, 1, 3 and 6, 5, 2 and then 5.
Let's just do what?
4. What about 4?
We will say that's unanimous. Okay, so now we're up to 2, 5 and 4. How did we get that order? 2, 4 and 5? Can we... Oh, we can't see it. We can see the voting. Yeah. We still got the... Okay, so that has carried. All right, we're going to have just adjourn for 5 minutes so that we can go to Wharepaku and just whakatau, have a wee feel settled time, and then we'll come back, so 20 past 2. Thank you. Atakura implementation plan, and I'd like to invite Councillor Paul to introduce the paper.
Cool. All right. Awesome. Well, here we are, guys, at the best part of the day. I know we're all feeling a little bit hysterical, but it's all right. We're going to get there. So I just really want to give a really heartfelt mihi to Moana, to Tom, to Melissa, to Bree, for all of your efforts and mahi in creating this implementation plan, including those Zoom calls during the lockdown. Really appreciated that, even when you were sick, so thank you so much for all of your work. I just want to also mihi to my colleagues who have been carrying this flag for a long time now, particularly Councillor Pennant. I'm really glad that you're able to sit around a table of people who mostly agree that climate change is real and that it will have an impact in Wellington. I guess I really wanted to give this the time it deserves because of the effort that's been put into it. And I think the best place to start is something that we say every time that we're in a meeting, and it's our karakia actually, and in it says, e hi ake ana te atakura. And this whole karakia actually talks about the way in which we used to prepare for a long, cold winter. And if you've seen Game of Thrones, winter is coming. That's climate change, essentially. Well, we know Game of Thrones is an analogy for climate change. But so I guess every time we say that karakia, it reminds me of this piece of work, and that is what this plan is asking us to do. It's asking us to buckle down, to prepare, to make those really front-facing, future-facing decisions for generations that are to come, and these are decisions that we may not even see the benefit of, but nevertheless we do that because that's our obligation as decision makers. And I guess that's that aspiration to be that carbon neutral capital by 2050. I just wanted to talk briefly a little bit about what this might look like, because although this plan itself is quite technical, I always try and imagine what that actual world will look like and what these actions will enable. And it looks like having communities that are fueled by clean power, and we know that there's a desire from our communities to do this. Councillor Matthews has been working with their own community in Ngaior to make this a reality, to be a zero carbon community. Throughout COVID, it feels like we've lost the hum within our CBD. Our students aren't fully back. We don't have any international visitors. Many people are working from home. And I think this allows us to imagine a different reality for that CBD, where you have light rail running through it, where you can go to Ruby in the Old Bank Arcade and then jump on, go down to Sweet Mother's Kitchen on Courtney Place. And so I think it'd be great also to have ample walking space on the footpath, walking down the Golden Mile, so that you don't have to bump into people, having electric buses being able to take you where you need to go, and ample green space so that we can have that thriving ngahere forests. And so it's about imagining the potential of what we could do, and about really accelerating what makes Wellington already a special and beautiful place. So the plan itself sets out 4 main kind of areas that we'll be tackling our emissions through, and those are transport, building energy, advocacy to different partners that we work with, and looking at our own emissions as an organisation. So this plan, I've heard a lot of feedback from all of my colleagues, and I think for me this really sets out the different tools, the different measurement frameworks, and different business cases that we need to really utilise in every aspect of council. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that this plan in and of itself will not get us to where we need to go. We have to commit to every single one of the business cases that comes through this for the long-term plan. We have to strain every decision we make through this measurement framework as well. And that's only 24%. We've got a 43% commitment by the end of the decade. For those of you who aren't aware of the potential impacts of climate change to Wellington, we're talking about sea level rise. Obviously, we've talked about that a lot recently. The risk that poses to billions of dollars worth of our city's assets, and not just the ones that we own ourselves. And I guess the big threat to Wellington as well is that people come here because they love our forests, they love our biodiversity, they love our birds, our insects, and that's another major issue, is the probable extinction of what makes Wellington what it is. But I think the most important part to acknowledge is that humans have caused this, so humans too are able to solve this and work towards finding those solutions, and we have the power to be able to do that. So that is the purpose of the steering group, so that's been pretty topical as well. like I just said, we can only achieve 24% of those reductions, and we actually need to be working with all of the key stakeholders throughout the city, from the airport, the universities, Centreport, Greater Wellington Regional Council, the workers, the businesses, the communities. We actually have to utilise that steering group in order to build up those relationships and get them to commit the same that we are doing. But I also wanted to acknowledge, because in our question time there was a lot of conversation about a bit of concern that there weren't community members represented adequately on there. So I wanted to acknowledge the other people that are also on there. So we actually have Dr. Jess Berenson-Shaw from the workshop. So they work with NZTA, they worked with the Welfare Expert Advisory Group to help them develop meaningful messaging and communications, because we are always talking about telling a story and that we're not telling our story well enough. So we've got her on there to help us tell that story and show people that they have the potential to reverse the impacts of climate change. We have Dr. Caroline Shaw, her sister as well, who specialises in health and housing and all of those impacts. We have Tanya Hickey and Carla Van Zon, who are people who have they are real machines in the arts and culture area and have led a lot of our festivals, because we know that art, as the arts and culture capital, we have to be able to show people what that looks like and move their hearts before we can get them changing their behaviours and making those conscious choices. So that's pretty much it. I guess I'll probably speak to my amendments. Sorry about having 20 of them. I actually sent them through on Monday, so you've had plenty of time. It's really only officers that can complain about that. I guess I'll speak through my amendments quickly. So in terms of the steering group, we've got a union representative on there, so I can work with some of my comrades to figure out who a good person would be for that, and also a member of the Pacific Advisory Group, just to acknowledge that our actions have massive impacts on our whanaunga in the Pacific. It's not a decision-making authority, so I personally don't believe we need to add any additional councillors on there. You're all welcome to come at any time and to be a part of that corridor. In fact, I'd love if you came along. It acknowledges a just transition in the parts of the plan that are aligned with that, so the things that are around warming up houses and making public transport accessible. It also talks about an adaptation plan, so we know that our communities are really going through it, particularly during lockdown where there was that enormous sea surge out in the south coast. So just noting that that work will start rolling when the climate change manager comes in, which will be very soon, and that this person will be working on that as part of a national, central government adaptation plan. And it also asks for greater reporting mechanisms so that we are getting this information brought back to us regularly, and so that we can make decisions informed by those moves. So again, thank you so much to the sustainability team, and I'm really looking forward to hearing all of your perspectives. Cool. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Oh, and it is being seconded by, you can now. Are you not bringing any amendments for anymore? Are they accepted?
Have they been office or accepted?
All right. And
so we've just sent we're just sending the amendments through to councillors because there's so many. It's a little bit hard for you to see them on the screen. So if you get you'll get them on your devices any second.
Clarification, Councillor Paul, your number 15, which talks about let's get Wellington moving, which I think was my proposed amendment.
Hang on, those have changed. Are you looking at the printed copy?
I am, yeah.
I believe those have actually changed.
Oh, okay, because there's an officer-approved one which I'm moving, which affects the same thing.
The printed copy is no longer valid, and what you are getting by email is the valid copy.
Also, if it's officer-approved, I'm happy to incorporate it.
Yep, well, if you were. I mean, come on. I don't have my email account open. Can we have a printed copy? Copy?
We might just adjourn for a couple of minutes while we just figure out these amendments and get them in. We need to be fair to our democracy advisors who are trying to keep up with the flow. which will hopefully land with us soon. Thank you. Yeah.
No. Something Sean's got one.
So this is at the moment what we have. Okay, councillors listening. What we have is we have amendments from, at the moment, from Councillor Paul and Councillor Foon, which have been run past officers, and they are what is being put forward. Some of them are supported, some aren't they? From Councillor Paul, are you all you're supported? Yep.
So I think Mike and Laurie have been working on the waste ones, and if they're agreed, then we support.
So those are all coming to us soon, and will arrive in front of us. But Councillor Paul will now speak to her. Sorry, phone. Councillor Paul's already spoken. Thank you.
Well, it's a great day for me too, and it is my pleasure to second the Te Atakura implementation plan. I want to acknowledge the advocacy of Councillor Paul. It is a pleasure to work alongside you and see your influence on our community around climate change. And there are moments where I am really proud of this council and the leadership it is taking. And I just want you to know that as coming from the business community outside here, council plays a centralising role to making these moves happen. So there is a lot of waiting for central government and local government to move, because it gives the private sector the confidence that they can go forward. So even although there's no one here now, believe me that this will be have a major influence on what goes on out there. I want to just thank our officers, and you know what, we are so lucky to have such a smart team. This is a smart piece of work. I've been carrying this around like my Bible for a few years now, well, 2019, and I can't have been reading it that hard, because there was, number 5 on page 9 talking about the steering committee that we were discussing the other day. But I do want to also talk about the emissions that we need to make, the 19%, the missing 19%. Council can do an amazing job, but we do need those partnerships, and that's what that steering group is there for. But we need to encourage our business communities to join us, and they are up for it. And once the big players are up for it, the ripple effect that has is massive. So do not underestimate the power of us getting these people in the room. I want to appeal to our business community to really take the ones and thank them for the ones that are taking action, that are decarbonising their fleet, that have dropped their cars in favour of car share, that are buying bicycles for their team to ride around the city. These are the things that our businesses are doing because it's the right thing to do, but also because it makes their employees happier. There are so many benefits. I also want to acknowledge the connectedness of this report. Sometimes I think council work is fragmented, but I love the way our team have incorporated Let's Get Welling Moving, planning for growth, and even recognise the opportunity for procurement and sustainable food farms for Wellington, right down on the bottom there, but they're all part of contributing to going to a zero carbon future. I do just want to talk a little bit about transport and the action plans, but I just cannot believe one of my favourite things is that car share. What a golden goose. We're talking about transition, and that transition is missing so much. We don't have the cycle lanes yet. The public transport isn't working yet. And meanwhile, a quiet winner is car share, with an uptake almost 200% growth in the last 12 months, with 7,200 members now across all providers. I mean, that is a solution that as a council we need to keep promoting. I also want to acknowledge the stationary energy opportunity, and I really want us to work out ways to reach out to those landlords to help upgrade our housing stock. It is a vital part. We've got incentives, and maybe it's a communication thing, but we need to get out there. And also advocacy. I just want you to know that things like the Zero Carbon Challenge launched Mevo, one of the car share who are helping us get cars off the road, and Reusable was launched this week, and they were one of the team that went through the Zero Carbon Challenge as well. And already we spied 2 people at lunchtime reusing this takeaway bowl system. So, and Council itself, waste, unfortunately, you can all see there our emissions have actually grown. So one thing I do remember from the original was that waste was at 83.8% of our emissions. It has now gone up to 88.6. We acknowledge that council doesn't make the waste, but it's not good. And we acknowledge that removal of sludge and paralleling this with trials and opportunities and enabling the community to take up initiatives to minimise waste are the thing we have to do to get forward. So I will be bringing an amendment on waste around measuring our impact on how we are reducing our waste. So on that, I just want to, it just doesn't seem like that long ago. I was down the back when we announced, I wasn't a councillor then, the climate and ecological emergency. So I thank all of you who did that. Once again, a show of leadership that sent ripple effects through our community. And I really do invite you all to support this council to show leaderships on the future that Tam so beautifully described, to adopt this Te Atakura implementation plan and the amazing measurement framework that goes with it, so that we can make really well calculated decisions and move forward at pace. Kia ora tātou. And so, we'll come back to the amendment.
Oh, they're in here?
Yeah.
Do you want to speak to them?
I think they're quite clear. They are around measuring our carbon-related metrics from the landfill and putting them into our annual plan, and also reporting on the progress of the regional waste minimisation and management plan on our waste reduction progress.
Where are they?
Number 15 and 16.
Back of the page.
Thank you.
Should it be the annual report? I picked that up as well. I think it should be the annual report.
Yep. Oh, yes.
Annual report. And
yes, it should be report. Yep.
And so that's for both 14 and 15 should be annual report.
Yeah, no, we'll be coming at the LTP with performance indicators.
As well, should be annual report.
Yeah, that's fine. Annual report, yeah.
Annual report, great. Okay, Mayor Foster has a question.
Two quick questions. First one of them is just a little one. Could you, under 12, would you be okay to note that electric vehicles are not yet a viable option? We're hoping that they will be a more viable option in time. If you're happy with that, then I don't have to amend it. Well, the relative price is coming down, that's the point.
But it's not just the price, it's also the cost of charging them and having access to EV charging, which is not going to be in low decile communities.
Getting closer, so yeah. Yeah, okay, so I would have thought it's a statement of fact. But
no, but I guess what we're trying to de-emphasise is the individual car usage
I get
as well.
That's a different issue altogether.
So it sounds like you need to consider something there.
I can't be bothered moving a million amendments with these discussions.
Well, you have to make your choice.
Didn't stop.
Yeah, I know it doesn't stop anybody else for this one because we shouldn't be doing that level. The other question I had is in 6. You've got a set of business cases there. I thought there were about 14 business cases or something thereabouts which are recommended in the paper, but there's not that 14 there. Does that
is that number 6?
Does that
it's
cover
talking about a
everything?
just transition, so that's business cases that have social co-benefits for people who can't afford, or people from low income backgrounds.
Specifically selected those as opposed to any others because
because these are business cases that have social co-benefits as well. So for people in poorer communities, yeah.
Okay, so now we'll open up for debate. Councillor Condi?
Don't know.
Well, I've got some amendments. So the handout that you got this morning is still, basically the words are still up to date. It's just the numbers that have changed with things moving around. So I'm moving a set of amendments. So the first two would replace the current recommendations 1 and 3. 1A and 17 and 16 kind of fit together. The idea here is that there are some people who have issues with some parts of the implementation plan that they don't necessarily are completely on board with yet, and feel like they don't necessarily want to, that agreeing to adopt the plan indicates more enthusiasm than they actually have for everything in it. And the officers, with discussions with officers, they've agreed that simply noting the plan and requesting officers to use the measurement framework to prepare the business cases for the long-term plan is enough direction for them to go on with the work that they need to get done to come to the long-term plan. So essentially, noting the implementation plan and requesting officers use the measurement framework on the business cases slightly softens the recommendations. It means that you don't have to feel like you agree with every single bit of what's in the implementation plan, but it does allow the officers to get on with their work so that some of those things that might be a bit more controversial can get more work done on them, the business cases can be built up and brought back to us as part of the long-term plan. So part of the reason I brought this is I don't want things being taken out at this early stage just because people still have a few doubts about them. I'd like them to be able to continue on and have some more work done on them as they come into the long-term plan. So that is those two amendments. So it's 1A, note the implementation plan, and then on your screen or on your sheet, it's the numbers are different. Request officers use the measurement framework, so that's 15 on the screen or 16 on your piece of paper.
Is that your pen?
Sorry, that's the original piece of paper from this morning.
It's actually left up there.
No, this is what's been put forward.
This is the substantive. Sorry. Okay, so yeah, this is the substantive now. And if you've got the stapled papers from this morning, there are a set of 5 amendments which are also on the screen.
It's still 1A.
Well, 1A and 3A replace 1 and 3, and the other 3 would all go like add on.
No, it's 17, 18, 19.
I think it should now be 17, 18, 19, but... yeah, 15 is now 17 because Laurie added 2 and it's all moved. So yes, 1A and 3A will replace the current 1 and 3, whereas 17, 18 and 19 are additional. So I've just been speaking to 1A and 17, which, as I said, will give officers enough direction to be continuing on with the work on the business cases, but means that you don't have to feel like you agree with every single item in the implementation plan, and that we don't need to get out the red pen.
I am just going to get officer advice, just on particularly on the first one, because I feel like note and adopt is very different, and I don't feel like I'm giving officers the responsibility to go and do it by saying just noting. So I'd like to get their feedback on comfort between adopting and noting, and yeah.
So we would prefer adopt because we do feel that gives us a stronger mandate. But if, as Councillor Condi outlined, councillors were feeling nervous about adopting all of what we're proposing, then note would be fine, but we would prefer adopt.
All right, so that's enough on that. 3A is about the coastal hazard climate change guidelines. This is the sea level rise guidelines. This changes again from adopt to note. I raised during Q&A and in the email that I sent you a number of concerns with the guidelines. It's 280 pages, which none of you have read, I think, except for me, and which I have a number of concerns with. I also think that adopting them at this point has the potential to create some concern in our communities, in our coastal communities. Anybody who lives below 1.9 metres might suddenly wonder what that actually means and could create a bit of unnecessary panic. So that's why I'm bringing that one. Number 18 is just asking officers to brief us on a workshop on adaptation so that we can get moving on that conversation. I know, it's exactly what you want to pack into your day, Councillor Young. So that we can actually get cracking on the adaptation conversation. I think it's really important, and there's some really difficult, thorny political stuff in there, and it needs to come in front of this table as soon as we can to start the process of those conversations. And number 19 is actually suggested by Councillor Deputy Mayor Free, simply to add a measurement indicator around active and public transport modes into Te Atakura. Yes.
All of those numbers have changed.
I know.
Just look at Councillor Condi's ones on the list. Councillor Rush hasn't even got to his yet.
Yeah.
Well, you could not worry about them. So have you finished, have you got a seconder?
Yes, Mayor Foster is going to second.
Yeah, and have you finished introducing that?
I have, yes.
Great, thank you. Mayor Foster, do you need to speak to that, or are you... all you need to think of, don't worry about it so much, just look at Councillor Condi's amendments are still the same. It's just that the numbers, just look at the amendments at this stage. And so her amendments now, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 added before now. So, Councillor Young, to step you through it, 1A stays the same, 2A is now 3A, you're writing it down. Then 16 is now 17, 17 is now 18, 18 is now 19. Councillor Rushes will probably, if he decides to put them forward, will become 20 and 21.
He's withdrawn the second one. There's only one.
He's only got one, if he even can be bothered doing that.
19 is yours, sorry.
I have moved it, but it was Deputy Mayor Free's suggestion and idea.
About the transport actions?
Yes.
Yep.
Be more efficient.
Okay, we're going to get on with our debate now. Mayor Foster, did you need to speak to that, or I think you sort of got the sense that people were keeping up?
Yeah, I think I was just hoping people actually understand exactly what the amendment is. So I think it's clear. We all good?
Is there any debate to these amendments?
No, I'm going to debate them, but I just want to make sure people actually understand what it is that
Yep, we've got that.
To.
Start debate.
Cool. Okay. So look, I'd just like to thank Councillor Condi for the amendments. I think in her usual very thorough and analytical way, I think they're quite helpful. Because there was certainly this is a great piece of work, but there are areas which I go, not quite sure whether that's actually either correct or in some cases desirable. And short of going through and taking a fine-tooth comb to a million amendments, I would rather actually do this. There are some areas which I had concerns about. One area I'm particularly concerned about is the suggestion that we want to actively discourage people from coming to work in Wellington City. That to me is distinctly unhelpful, and it will be, particularly at this time, would be very damaging. A very damaging signal, let alone a very damaging reality for our central city, which of course pays a very large chunk of our rates. So that will be one for a starter that I would have concerns about. So I think this is a sensible way to go. The way, Moana, you described the paper to us is that it was about adopting a measurement framework and asking for a set of business cases to be done. And I think if it's that, then I'm absolutely fine with that. If it's we want to take this lock, stock and barrel, and this becomes effectively an action plan which we've signed, sealed and delivered, signed, sealed and blood, then I think we have to go through it in a lot more detail. And that's where that workshop, Councillor Young, we probably should have had that workshop, or possibly more than one workshop, before we got to this point in terms of the detail, because otherwise we're signing ourselves up to something which we may regret at a later stage. So I think those probably are the things I wanted to say. If this fails, God help us, I'd probably start going through can we take page X and page Y and page Z separately, which is not really the way that the report is structured. That would be rather concerning, and I don't want to do that.
Mayor Foster, you won't be able. Mayor Foster, just reminding you about our standing orders that we follow. You won't be able to do that because you're seconding this.
No, but I fully appreciate that.
Not going to actually do it.
No, I'm not going to. But all I'm saying is I'm just trying to say that I didn't want to do that. I wanted to spare you the pain of going through that, which is what Jenny's amendment very helpfully does. It doesn't change our commitment to the journey that we're on, though.
All right, Councillor Paul, you're always best on speaking.
Okay, all I'll say is that officers support the term adopt, but also Tom said when we were in our question meeting time that this is a living document, okay, so this is something that can, if we really want to, go through it with a fine-tooth comb and make the changes that we need to make. I'm more than happy to sit down with all of you and find what you would like to change and go and communicate that to the team. But to me, if we change this from note from adopt to note, that really just shows the public that we're not actually committed to what we said we would do. And so I want us to keep it as adopt, keep the strong language. Officers, that's what they want. So I just wanted to emphasise that point. And number 17 only applies if we do 1A and 3A. So just wanted to add that in the mix. So 17 So it's essentially saying note these things, but make sure that the officers are running the climate related business cases through the LTP. So what that says to me is that what this set of amendments is trying to do is weaken everything in the implementation plan apart from the business cases that will come through the long-term plan, which is not enough to even get to the level of emissions reduction to get out and that we've set out in the plan. So just think about the commitment you've made to your community, and when you're thinking of diluting or weakening a plan that is already not enough to meet the targets that we have committed to.
We've got a good point. So if 17 is connected to both 1A and 3A, we're just saying if those two fail, then that does make 17 irrelevant, which means that they need to be put together. Councillor Fitzsimons, would you like to debate while we figure out how we're going to work these numbers?
Just very briefly, I wanted to reject the assertion that we should note it rather than adopt it. It would sort of be, in a way, sort of handing over power to officers in the steering group and make it sort of toothless. And I think that our job around the table is to make decisions, and I'm really proud to support it. I also wanted to object to the suggestion that there should be a workshop, and Councillor Condi's suggestion that we should have this because there's some thorny political stuff in there. To me, that's a very reason not to have a workshop behind closed doors. We should have it open and in the public, and I know with the Whero Bay community that we are planning to have some very challenging and difficult consultation and engagement with them over the coming months and years. And the worst thing we could do is start that off by having it behind closed doors. So I really oppose this idea that because it's a thorny political issue that we should have it in private. All the more reason to have a paper, be upfront with it, engage with the community and take them with us. And actually I'd suggest that for all workshops, that we should have the public present.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Free. Yes.
Right. I wanted to question.
Can you use your microphone?
Advice. To me, it's not clear exactly what it's trying to say.
Number, sorry? 20. No, we're not debating that at the moment. This is just
I'm not debating anything. I just thought we did questions before we started debating.
No, we're on the amendments, though. That amendment's not there.
All right.
You can't question it yet because it's not actually live. Councillor Pennant?
Look, I just, Councillor Condi, thank you for raising these, and I understand where you're coming from. But look, I am going to support the adoption. So I'm just going to remind people that we called a climate and an ecological emergency. Now, emergency was used deliberately because it is an emergency, and that when you have an emergency, you have to take urgent action. And so, and we haven't. You know, if we look at some of the work that we've done since that declaration, well, you know, some of it's now coming to an head. So we've just done the spatial plan. This will also form part of that. But I mean, you know, from my point of view, we have to take that really seriously. I am happy with adopting the guidelines. Officers are going to use them anyway, so I'd rather we make sure that they're there, and then, you know, we'll do some work to make sure that we are interpreting them appropriately for our context, because they are guidance only. Councillor Fitzsimons, thank you for your point. I'm going to support you on that. The more workshops in or discussions in the open, the better, because adaptation is going to be tough. It's going to be really, really hard. We're a coastal city. We've got some significant issues, so I think the sooner we start on that in an open way, engaging deeply, Councillor Matthews, that will need even deeper engagement than what we've just been talking about. I think that would be super helpful. But like I say, Councillor Condi, I do appreciate you raising them. Thank you for reading the 200 pages. You are an academic, and that is what I would expect of you. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Matthews.
Thank you. I appreciate the intent of what you're trying to do, Councillor Condi, but I also won't be supporting these amendments. I actually think there's no shortcut around that. If there are things in the plan that people don't want, then they should have said that and made an amendment, and we can have a vote on that issue. I want to adopt the plan, and I think as a council we need to lead and So we need to do it. So there is urgency here.
Kia ora, that was very well used words. Brief but punchy. Councillor Calvert, very punchy.
Of course. Look, I've just made some suggestions to the number for recommendation number 1.
We're talking back. We're still on the amendments at the moment.
Yeah, I know. But, so look, I have some sympathy for 1A, but I think we can deal with it in another way. And I've made some suggestions to Councillor Paul for some amendment where we show that we will regularly review it to ensure it's in keeping with our other plans and policies. I support, I think you made a very good argument on 3A and that we should be noting it, not adopting it, so I will be supporting that. And also supporting number 17. I won't be supporting 18 and 19 because I just think we're getting into a little bit too much detail. That's all.
Deputy Mayor Free.
I've had a bit of a think about it. I'm going to actually support adopting the plan because I think I'm going to show a bit of faith in the officers and my colleague, Councillor Paul. And I also think you adopt a plan in good faith, you then work through it. There may be some things you do, and there may be some things in retrospect you can't do or you choose not to do. So I will support 1. No, I won't be supporting 1A. I will support 3A because I haven't had any chance at all to have a workshop or any idea about what the coastal hazards and climate change guidance actually means. So I feel a little nervous about actually being stronger on that one. I don't know if 17 is still relevant. It seems like a good thing to do. But what I really would like to talk about is number 19. Now, I am passionate about getting some change in public transport. I think we actually do need to measure mode shift. We are working really hard. It's something we're already measuring. So we're measuring this already every year. And every 5 years we get data through the census as well. So it will be absolutely no extra work. But I do think we need to have something that we can hold the other partners that provide public transport to account with. They also have the same goal to bring about mode shift towards public transport, but we're the ones that actually have the data. So I think it's really useful to include that. I want to see much, much better public transport in our city.
Councillor Young.
Rather than grind on through what everyone's going to vote on and against, which is called what we normally do as a vote, can we just have a procedural motion vote and then go? Because there are other things to do with my life other than sitting around this table, and I'm sure the officers have got better things to do too.
So what's your procedural motion, Councillor Young? That voting on this one will not finish the debate because we've still got more amendments. We don't need a procedural motion. I think everybody's ready to vote on this. No, she doesn't need it because we're ready to vote on it. So she's making a point, and I agree. So we're going to need to take each one individually, or would you like a right of reply? Cool.
No,
I'm not going to talk about anything except just the discussion about the workshop and it being behind closed doors. My intention there was not to say that because when political issues are thorny, they should only be discussed behind closed doors. The intention of asking for a workshop is that that's significantly less work for officers than asking for a paper or a policy or anything else. And I think the most important thing there is not that conversation happens behind closed doors, but that it happens at all. I think that it's very important that all councillors start to understand the significance of that issue that we're grappling with, and I just have concerns that we're not on top of it at the moment. And that's all I wanted to say.
All right, we're going to start the voting process. So we're going to start with 1A.
So that is the note.
Note rather than adopt. So think really carefully. Fleur, whose have you got? Councillor Wolfe, would you like to vote?
He's here.
Malcolm's here.
I know, I'm inconspicuous.
So that has... Sorry, order. That has failed. So we're going to go on to the second one, which is 3A.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Paul. Against that one, just to let you know.
I need to go home. No more workshops.
No. Oh, sorry, that has failed. And then number 19.
Unfortunately.
I'll vote against this one.
Oh, okay.
So that one has passed. Okay, so we're going to keep it moving. Councillor Rush, you have some amendments. When we get to 3:30, we're going to have a vote on agreeing to continue the meeting because we get to our 6 hours. So a little bit of a motivation.
All right, team. Okay, team. So this has got some officer support. I'm hesitant to say that actually. So I've included this really as a message that the different transport options that are being evaluated in Let's Get Wellington Moving are being evaluated in a manner that's going to be consistent with Te Atakura, and as a consequence we're not ruling out any of those options, and that's just simply a message to my constituents that the transport solutions they want for roading are not being ruled out by this policy. Do I have a seconder, Councillor Young?
Yeah, I'll second it. I don't want to speak.
This is it's up here.
Does this actually add anything?
Nope.
A lot of it doesn't, but that's
sorry, order. Councillor Rush is entitled to put it forward.
But I seriously
as
wanted to ask.
As he said, this is his way of showing the residents that he represents that he is putting this forward. So
I would like officer advice on whether they. Yeah, but it's. What do you take it to mean? Because if we write it in here, I'd like to understand.
It's not the officer's amendment. They don't have to explain it at all.
Ask Sean.
It is Councillor Rush.
Could you please explain
Deputy Mayor
why?
Free, sorry, no, Deputy Mayor Free. We're trying to keep a debate going here.
Oh,
so we're going to follow a process in a debate. If you have a question for the person who's put it forward, you say it in your debate, and then he will respond to it in his right of reply.
Okay, we'll do that.
Speech and then Sarah might be more clear.
But we need a seconder who was seconding.
It has been seconded.
Councillor Young, would you like to speak to it?
No.
Thank you.
I'm not even going to reserve the right.
Thank you, good. So we now have Councillor Pennant. You can speak to it.
Right. Okay. All right. No, I'm not going to talk for long, but look, councillors, you know that I do not think that this is a good project. To put it in a climate change action plan is, I'm like, should I laugh or should I cry? Because I think I probably will start to cry, probably because it's 3 o'clock already. No. So, look, councillors, let's just be really clear about what we're voting for. Councillor Rush, my best friend in politics, has the right to advocate for his beloved tunnel. However, I also have the right to not support this tunnel, and I have campaigned against it for over 20 years. I have form. Okay, so look, the problem I've got is the state highway improvements. We know what that is. That's a tunnel. That's the second Mount Victoria tunnel. It is also the basin improvements, although the jury is still out for me on whether that's going to be as good as it needs to be for pedestrians and cyclists and locals and everything. So, I'm sorry, this is ludicrous to put something in to say we support the infrastructure which has caused climate change. Motorways have enabled climate change, just as dairy farming, excessive dairy farming, as those of us who've got into a plane, including myself, we have caused climate change by doing these things. So to say that we support this infrastructure while we're trying to slash our emissions, and they have to be slashed, can I just say at the moment too, I think this is a great plan, but I mean, honestly, we need to do a lot more. We're supposed to be cutting our emissions by 43%. So I cannot support this. I think this will be extremely concerning if Councillor Rush can point to the fact that Wellington City Council thinks that we're going to fix, and the National Party, who are very passionate about this project, can deal with climate change by building motorways. And I'm sorry, we've spent so much time putting evidence up, going to court, advocating, and to have this come and put it up if you want as part of other bits of work, fine. But to put it as part of a climate change action plan, a plan which was supposed to be brave and courageous and protect our children's future and those particularly who are vulnerable overseas, I'm sorry, I just don't think that should be supported. So for those of you who supported my move last year, that we did have a climate and ecological emergency, this cannot be supported. Thank you.
I am going to agree with Councillor Pennant on this one because it is actually, Let's Get Wellington Moving is referenced in the documents, and the difference here is the big hole in a mountain, and that's the bit that's clearly different here, and I will not support that as being put in as a climate change response. Mitigation. I can't see how putting a tunnel through, and I've learned about induced demand this week, and I truly believe that if you build it, they will come, and that is what we will see. So I'm not going to support it at all, and we will move on to Deputy Mayor Free.
Look, I actually kind of understand maybe what Councillor Rush is trying to achieve, because we will undoubtedly need to do some improvements to the road to get the improvements in public transport that are being proposed. And it's not actually yet clear what they're planning and how they're going to achieve that. It's not clear what tunnel might or something might be built to help with the mass transit of whatever type it is. I understand what he's trying to achieve, but what I think is this actually doesn't really add anything that isn't already in the paper. So I think, look, I don't want to go against a ward councillor. We're actually all trying to get better public transport, better walking and better cycling. And we honestly really are out of Let's Get Welly Moving. There's only a secondary consideration as to how to get traffic flowing. It's primarily at the moment about that. But I still don't really think that it's clear what's meant by this. And I think that it doesn't necessarily add anything, and that's why I'm probably not going to support it.
Councillor Paul, you want to, well, it's debate still, but you're asking a question of the mover.
So,
yeah, that's right.
The infrastructure lead, the portfolio lead for infrastructure, is that you? But
that's not here. That's not in it.
Oh, okay, sorry, yep, never mind.
All good. Okay, we have... Order. We're losing seconds to silliness.
Procedural motion to put this to the vote.
Great. So
I need a seconder.
Councillor O'Neill. So this is to vote on whether we put the procedural motion, and then if it is successful, then we go to the right of reply. Procedural motion, yes.
Voting on?
Oh, yeah.
Me.
Yes, Terry. Just keep it down. Try to keep the conversations down a little bit, just it will help us really focus. Let's remember we're being professional. It's carried, so right of reply.
Right of reply. Okay, moving along. So the genesis of this was that the whole of the Te Atakura document has no mention of the State Highway 1 improvements. That is a major item of Let's Get Wellington Moving. Mentions mass rapid transit, which is highly controversial, but nevertheless is part of the evaluation. And so I was concerned that the signal might be sent that the council's already made a decision, or that in some way that this policy or program was going to block the evaluations that might suggest that the road network improvements that would almost certainly or possibly include a duplicate Mount Victoria and other improvements around the terrace. From going ahead, and that's just not where we're at. Let's Get Wellington moving. We've discussed now since I've been on council, has always been about getting the business cases back, which will include evaluation of zero carbon objectives. And certainly, we do know that if cars move further, faster, and more efficiently, then we get less emissions per kilometre, and that's simply a fact. And certainly the idea of the Improvement State Highway 1 will be to take cars off Aotea Quay and around the Evans Bay Parade, as well as make sure that we eliminate that congested zone between Miramar all the way through to the Basin Reserve.
Just a reminder that your right of reply is to reply to things that came up in debate, not new information.
Yeah, so people were saying that this is an anti-carbon zone. I'm just saying that actually if you stop congested traffic, actually you do have a carbon benefit. So that's the point there, and I'm very, very concerned that actually if around this table something so trivial such as this is not going to be accepted and embraced, then I have real doubts for Let's Get Wellington moving, and I will also be thinking carefully about whether I support the whole policy.
All right, so we're now going to vote. Just have to wait for voting to open. Oh, look at that, speedy. Want to get going. We want to try to avoid having to go into... So that has failed, and we will now move on to back to the substantive, and I don't think there's any more amendments, so we'll... I'll have a division on us. But now Councillor Calvert did add something to number 1, but I think that was accepted by the mover. Yeah, I think by the leave of the meeting, it's fine. No one's going to complain about that. What? So we're now up to Councillor O'Neill is going to speak to the substantive.
Thank you, councillors. I just wanted to touch on a couple of points that Councillor Paul raised earlier, and to express my excitement for finally having this policy. In preparation for today, I went back through old emails that I was sent lobbying Councillor Pennant when we were leading up to passing a climate and ecological emergency, and the petition that we brought here as well. I think that in passing this plan out for engagement, we're signalling something that is often not really recognised in climate policy. And the first thing, the thing that stands out for me in this document is the importance of partnership and acknowledging that we can't do this alone. In this report, we call on many other strategies such as national government involvement, our responsibilities as partners with Wellington Airport, and inquiring into those sorts of things as well, which I think is a good success to be able to talk about that. I also think the document, and this is probably to the credit of Councillor Paul and our fantastic officers, but they've done a really good explanation of explaining the why to people, why we talk to iwi, why we talk to mana whenua, and why that kind of partnership is important as well. I'm particularly pleased that the document makes specific provisions for a transition to zero carbon and how that affects people differently. And with the amendments, that we have the means and access to resources in order to acknowledge some of that transition as well. I firmly believe that council must engage and empower people, and this document has done a fantastic deep understanding and representing rangatahi, tamaraki, immigrant and refugee communities and differently abled people as well. And the very last note I want to add is to thank Councillor Paul for listening and being really open to the feedback that we put out at the beginning of the week, with the addition of a Pacific Advisory Group representative and Unions Wellington as well. In climate science, we know that the narrative is often dominated by scientific worldviews or perspectives of the economic perspective, also white middle class people from like Victoria University in Wellington, which is not a bad thing. half the time, but when we're trying to formulate and transform things, it's really important that we've got those people there, and just to really take more of a moment to acknowledge that too. We also know that the Indigenous perspective and worldviews are often excluded too, so I'm really, I think there's no better person to lead this policy, and I'm really excited to see where it goes. Cheers.
Mauri ora. Kia ora. I know what you want to do and you can't do it because you seconded an amendment.
Hang on, I wanted to speak.
No, it's a procedural motion. It jumps above people wanting to speak. So Councillor Fitzsimons hasn't moved or seconded anything. So you're moving a procedural motion that we put it to the vote, and it's seconded by Councillor Matthews. And now we need to put that to the vote, which will need to be 75%.
I've spent hours putting something together to tell you guys.
Yeah, I think it's poor democracy. It's poor it is
shutting down debate.
Stop, please. Democracy is that this is voted on, and that's in our standing orders, which we also agreed to democratically. So
others have had to say. So yeah, no one's listening.
I don't have a right reply.
That's failed. So that's all right. Debate continues. So the next person on the list is Councillor Calvert.
Yeah.
Sorry, I am going to do something before that.
You can do it after the
Oh no.
Done it.
I'm very soon going to have to interrupt to extend the meeting. You could try for 1 minute each.
I've got 4 minutes.
Yeah. You to remember that we have another agenda item to go. And next week looks more full than this.
Okay.
Actually, sorry, I'm just going to interrupt to welcome our previous Mayor Celia Wade-Brown here. I think it's very appropriate that you're here when we're debating Te Atakura. So no mai, welcome, thank you.
Just as well we didn't go to the vote.
Next speaker is Councillor Calvert.
Look, I'm going to be very brief. I did note that we there was question about whether some of the amendments were not required. I have to say there's a number of additional amendments that have been added in, which is a note this, note that, which I'm not going to support because I just think we're getting into far too level of detail. But the other thing is, I just have to note that how much... I'm glad you picked it up. I was seeing if you were listening. That we talk about waste. And I just be really, and you might want to address this in your right of reply, but waste is not just waste as per this. Waste is also wasting of ratepayers' money, wasting our resources, wasting council officers' time. So I would just leave you with that thought.
Okay, so under Standing Orders 11.7, I am going to extend the meeting as we've gone beyond 6 hours. I need a second to do that. I need a seconder. Hopefully we don't have to go for too long. Councillor Rush, thank you. And do we have to vote for that? No, it's just extending it. So we are going to all look after each other and make sure we're not here for too much longer. So we're going to vote on that. That says a bit. So that has carried, and we can continue on because we really respect this kaupapa. The next speaker is Councillor Pennant.
Can I just thank the wonderful leadership of Councillor Paul. Thank you very much to our wonderful officers too. This is obviously a long road that we walk to get some serious action on climate change. I am disappointed though that we're not doing enough, so that's obviously we're just going to have to keep thinking about all the other ways we can cut emissions. What I do want to talk to is waste though, and I am beyond frustrated actually, to be honest. Those amendments, I know that's what you negotiated, but we are not doing anything really, and we want a transformational change. There is strong resistance to this idea. Waste is not just about what you end up with in the landfill. There's a lot of things that have gone wrong to get to that point, and you have to go back to even consumer demand, manufacturing processes, etc., etc. So I want us to see where we put the circular economy idea. We start putting those foundations down seriously. We start planning for it. We do practical things at the landfill. And it's just not enough to go, oh, we're just going to do the sewage sludge and then in 10 years we'll think about diversion. We have to start that diversion now. We have to get the idea of the circular economy into our frameworks. And I'm sorry, we have not done anything on waste in terms of infrastructure since 2011. And what's going to happen is going to be another water problem. People are going to go, well, what were you doing? So it is time to move. We need that organic trial operational. It was approved in 2018. It's time to absolutely get that moving. So I'm glad you're here. Thank goodness. And let's just keep thinking about how we can push that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rush.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to just give you a bit of a personal summary of my journey in this area. So climate change was first drawn to my attention as a law student in 1990, where lecturers told us that the Pacific Islands would be soon submerged and legal liability would follow. As a petroleum lawyer in London wanting to come back to New Zealand, I was concerned about the effect that the industry was having on the environment and started looking into it. Those concerns saw me going back to Vic University last year to study, as well known, and I was searching for a balanced discussion. But within the confines of the classroom at the time, I was just that annoying, mature student. Babbling away at the front, I was searching. Unfortunately, questions went unanswered, difficult discussions deferred, and leading scientists with scientifically robust, if more optimistic views of climate change were ignored, dismissed, and discredited. It was indeed clear that there was a political narrative at work. This year I've spent considerable time looking at older literature that predates the political agenda, starting with Guy Callender in the 1930s, who articulated the greenhouse effect theory. So let me be clear, it is real, it is inarguable, it is warming the atmosphere. It is also finite. It is well understood that incremental carbon added to the atmosphere has less warming effect than earlier volumes, known as the logarithmically diminishing effect. Doubling its volume will get somewhere between 1.5 and 4.5 degrees of warming. Problematic, perhaps, but we were taught not an existential threat. From the 50s through to the 70s, Callender's theory was largely shelved as the Northern Hemisphere cooled, despite emissions rising. The Southern Hemisphere warmed. NIWA's Jim Salinger co-authored a paper in 1975 documenting New Zealand warming by a full 1 degree between 1935 to 1970, an unprecedented rate, and yet New Zealand thrived. No emergency declarations. In fact, this book, published in 1970, pretty much a forerunner to the IPCC reports that followed 20 years later, man's impact on the global environment, assessment and recommendations for action. The greenhouse effect is noted, but the final outcome in terms of changes to weather patterns and surface temperature are noted as uncertain. Cloudiness, the influence of water vapour, dynamic thermodynamic effects remain areas of further study. These areas are still subject of uncertainty and analysis today. Ultimately, I came across the work of Hubert Lamb, who was regarded as the pioneer of climate science throughout the 20th century. His publication, Climate History and the Modern World, was published as a second edition in 1995. Lamb had intimate knowledge of abrupt changes in temperature across decades, centuries and millennia. His view at the time was that policymakers should look to the observational record as a steer to the future rather than the predictions of climate models. He said observation and theory must advance hand in hand. Here in Wellington, the observations over 60 years tell us that rainfall is largely stable or in fact slightly decreasing over winter. But the NIWA climate model tells us we should be getting more rain. Ministry for Environment measurements tell us that wind gusts have dropped in Wellington, and yet the narrative tells us we should be getting stronger storms. Warm day measurements across New Zealand are mixed. But yes, we have warmed by 1 degree during a period where global poverty and deaths from weather events have both declined to record lows,
despite increasing population. An outstanding period of human achievement. Global warming slowed after 1998, right when emissions intensified, against the projections of most models. Southern Hemisphere average temperatures remain below that of 1998 today. Lamb might say some form of natural force appears to have reasserted itself. This hiatus, as it was dubbed by the IPCC, was interrupted by the 2015 El Nino and warming may have resumed. Today, Wellingtonians are being asked to make commitments to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. This commitment will not be without cost nor sacrifice for the present and future generations. It is also a heroic but futile effort unless others the world over follow. We heard from our most vulnerable yesterday of the poor housing conditions many find themselves in, the need for affordable electricity to heat their homes, not power their EVs. Sea level rise will continue, irrespective, and is tracking below IPCC model projections. So there's the dilemma. Undoubtedly, the science has moved on since Hubert's passing in 1997, but many uncertainties remain. Models are better, but not perfect, and the accuracy of their projections diminishes the further into the future they reach. Nevertheless, I am drawn to a passage from Lamb's book. He says, in view of the increasing variety and scale of human insults to the environment, there's clearly no room for complacency and every need for precautionary calculations and watchfulness. And it is with that word precautionary ringing in my ears and those of submitters I heard earlier that I'm minded to support this paper. But there are no blank cheques. Final thanks to officers.
That felt like an emotional roller coaster. Thank you for sharing. That is our list of speakers, and we'll now go back to our right of reply. You good? Cool, let's vote. Is everybody happy to do it all as one, please? Yeah, no, yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Sorry, I will say something just briefly. I just wanted to mahi to former Mayor of Wellington, Celia, for your mahi that you have done and all of the things that you've enabled for us. Thank you so much. That's all.
Anyone would think you knew that we were going to be debating this at the time you were coming in for a meeting. So we will vote on this. We're taking them separately, so just wait.
No, thank you. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Councillor Calvert has an idea, so that's what we're doing, but we're just waiting for that. Hang on, Tawa. We haven't quite finished, so if you can just hold on for the. We've still got a public excluded paper to go. We're just voting now. Okay, so we're doing. That's why we all need to stay focused because we've just been talking about that. So we're going to do 1, 2, and 3 together. So that we're going to do those first, and then the rest. So we're doing 2 chunks, 1, 2, and 3. It's the first ones. Yeah. So they're just setting it up. Shh.
So 1, 2, 3.
By division?
I'm not voting for 3. That's the one that Jenny she's changed. Yeah, okay, I'm looking at my page. No, that's okay.
So that's carried unanimously. And then we will take the rest, which is 4 to 17. Thank you, officers. You're doing so well to keep up with this today. Thank you. I just want to make sure that officers know that all of the stuff we're going through is an appreciation of the work that you do. So thank you for sitting through this. It must be quite gruelling having to listen. And watch, but thank you. Yeah, it's Councillor Rush. Yep. Okay, that's carried. Okay. So that paper is now finished. We are. I think we should really keep moving because people are really needing to go. Sure. Okay, we're going to go into public excluded now. And so we're doing that. We're just doing it now. I'm giving you time because I was told I needed to give you time to be ready. We are. We're fine. We're just keeping on going. So I now, officers recommend that we move into public excluded from the following parts of the proceedings of this meeting. So I move the motion. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Condi, thank you. Is there any debate?
I'm just looking at that and going, why do we need to go in PE? So I'm going to vote against it. I think we're getting a bit casual about PE.
Okay, so we'll now put that to the vote. That is carried. So we are now moving into PE. I'm just going to wait to make sure we're no longer live streaming.